Boston Zoning Board of Appeal hearing for June
Recording in progress.
for June 16, 2026 is now in session. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the applicable provisions of the open meeting law, including the updated provisions enacted by the legislature this year. The new law allows the board to continue its practice of holding virtual hearings through June 2027. This hearing of the board is being held remotely via the Zoom webinar event platform and is also being live streamed. In order to ensure this hearing of the board is open to the public, members of the public may access this hearing through telephone and video conferencing. The information for connecting to this hearing is listed on today's hearing agenda, which is posted on the public notices page of the city's website, boston.gov. Members of the public will enter the virtual hearing as attendees, which means you will not see yourself on screen and you will be muted throughout unless administratively unmuted when asked to comment. Board members, applicants, and their attorneys or representatives will participate in the hearing as panelists, and they will appear alongside the presentation materials when speaking. Panelists are strongly encouraged to keep video on while presenting to the board. As with our in-person meetings, comments and support will be followed by comments in opposition. The order of comments is as follows: elected officials, representatives of elected officials, and members of the public. The chair may limit the number of people called upon to offer comment and the time for commenting as time constraints require. For that reason, the board prefers to hear from members of the public who are most impacted by a project, that is, those individuals who live closest to the project. If you wish to comment on an appeal, please click the raise hand button along the bottom of your screen in the Zoom webinar platform. Click it again and your hand should go down. When the host sees your hand, you will receive a request to unmute yourself. Select yes and you should be able to talk. If you are connected to the hearing by telephone, please press *9 to raise and lower your hand. You must press *6 to unmute yourself after you receive the request from the host. Those called upon to comment will be asked to state their name and address first and then can provide their comment. In the interest of time and to ensure that you have enough time to do so, please raise your hand as soon as Mr. Stembridge reads the address into the record. Do not raise your hand before the relevant address is called, or the meeting host will not know to call on you at the appropriate time. We ask that you keep your comments brief, and all public testimony will be limited to 90 seconds per speaker. Mr. Stembridge.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning. Ms. Turner.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning. Ms. Wewell.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning. Mr. Burnell.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning. Mr. Collins.
Morning, Madam Chair. Present.
And Mr. Langham.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning. Floor is yours, Mr. Stembridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll begin today's meeting with the approval of hearing minutes scheduled for 9:30 a.m. These are the hearing minutes for June 2nd of this year, and I will make a motion of approval for those minutes.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stembridge.
Yeah.
Mr. Langham.
Yes.
Ms. Turner.
Yes.
Ms. Wewell.
Yes.
Mr. Burnell.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Next, we'll go to the extension scheduled for 9:30 a.m. There are five extension cases before us. All appear to be reasonable in their request. I'll read through them, and if we have any questions, we can address them to Madam Chair, go from there. First, we have case BOA 109-4388 with the address of 1 Everett Street. Next, we have case BOA 128-9178 with the address of 40 B Street. Along with that, we also have case BOA 152-1943 with address of 40 B Street. Next, we have case BOA 152-2524 with the address of 79 West Milton Street. The last extension case, we have case BOA 1450603 with the address of 556 Cambridge Street. And those are the extension cases before us today.
Thank you, Mr. Stenbridge. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have a motion to grant the extensions as requested?
Motion to grant the extensions as requested.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge,
Yeah.
Mr. Langham,
Yes.
Ms. Turner,
Yes.
Ms. Wewell,
Yes.
Mr. Brunel,
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Next, we'll move on to the recommendations scheduled for 9:30 a.m. These recommendations are from the subcommittee hearing for last week, for June 11th. All of the cases before the subcommittee were approved. I'll read through them, and if you have any questions, go there. So we have case, first we have case BOA 1822545 with the address of 5 to 7 Prescott Place. It was approved. Next, we have case BOA 1844274 with the address of 68 Atherton Road. Next, we have case BOA 1821584 with the address of 6 Rambo Road. Next, we have case BOA 1772126 with the address of 31 Mellow Street, which was approved. Case BOA 1823198 with the address of 682 to 684 East 5th Street, which was approved. Next, we have case BOA 1833990 with the address of 306 Northern Avenue, approved. And finally, for the recommendation cases, we have case BOA 1821600 with the address of 60 Elm Street, which was also adopted. Madam Chair, those are all of the cases of the subcommittee.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? May I have a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge,
Yes.
Mr. Langham,
Yes.
Ms. Turner,
Yes.
Ms. Wewell,
Yes.
Mr. Brunel,
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Next, we'll move on to the hearings scheduled for 9:30 a.m. And at this time, we'll ask if there are any requests for withdrawals or deferrals from the 9:30 a.m. time frame.
Is it?
One hand raised.
Yep.
Hello. Yes, we wish to defer to the next meeting. We need to
The
re-advertise.
address,
I'm sorry.
please.
Sorry. 78 Bunker Hill Street, Charlestown.
Bill, what's the mail here? Yes, this request is for case BOA 1817120 with the address of 78 Bunker Hill Street. Go ahead, please go ahead and explain.
Yes, so we had a second neighbourhood meeting and we changed, we revised them to appease the abutters. That was successful, but the old drawings, the new drawings were not updated in time, so it needs to be re-advertised because the advertisement had the old drawings, to which was brought to our attention.
Caroline, do we have a date already, or?
July 28th?
Okay, may I have a motion?
Motion to defer this case until July 28th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Burnell?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries. See you then.
Thank you.
Any further requests for withdrawals or deferrals of the 9:30 hearing? Hearing none, we'll begin with the first case, which is case BOA 1716446, with the address of 178 to 180 Wells Street. The applicants and/or their representative are present. Could they please explain the case to the board?
Hi, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Adam Ricci, and I am here to present 178 Wells Street on behalf of my clients, Ingmar and Melissa Sterling. And so I'm just trying to figure out how to share my screen.
So you're presenting from what you sent in, so just let the ambassador know if you need to scroll.
Let me go back to, oh, sorry, this is not, oh, you have it up for me. I see, thank you. So, actually, we have since changed the design as per the neighborhood meetings. So would you like me to share those?
So we can only discuss what's before us. So do we not have the latest plans?
No, but
Adam, were the updated plans submitted to ISU to review?
I believe so.
More than 2 weeks ago?
Yes, we submitted by email everything to my liaison, I believe.
To your liaison, meaning you're at ISD, or do you mean the mayor's office?
Correct, at ISD.
Madam Chair, might I suggest we come back to this case at the end, and I can check with ZPA staff?
That would be great. So we're gonna come back to this at the end of the 9:30s to see if they can locate your updated plans.
Okay, great.
Okay,
Thank
so stay tuned.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, we'll move on to the next case, which is case BOA 1840878, with the address of 2832 Appleton Street. The applicant and/or their representative are present. They please explain to the board.
I am Joseph Azzola.
Are you here to present on this case?
I am, and may I share my screen?
So there's no sharing of screens to all applicants. Whatever you submitted is what we are able to view. So if we do not have your current plans, you cannot present today. So is this the plans?
My plans are current, I just have more.
Okay, excellent.
Okay, so I'm Joseph Azzola, 3841 Washington Street in Rosendale. I am the owner and the manager of Colgate Development LLC. I own this building, this business, and several others here in Rosendale. On this vacant lot on Everton Street, we intend to build a 3-family house. The zoning is 2F, but we're surrounded by 3-family houses. We think that the use is appropriate, but the difference is that we're doing a townhouse configuration. So instead of stacking the units, we're running them front to back. That allows us to provide for 2 parking spaces under the building for each unit for a total of 6 parking spaces. These will be condominium units. They'll be owner occupied. They'll have 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths. There'll be an office. There'll be open space provided behind the house and next to the house. We've had 2 community meetings, one with the neighbors that was sponsored by the mayor's office. And that went very well. We had no opposition. And then we went to the West Village Group, also no opposition there, we did very well. We believe that this use is appropriate, given the surrounding houses. We have kept the size and we've kept the size consistent with the adjacent buildings. And we hope that you grant us relief so that we can move forward with our project.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair, members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Venbury. I am the Rosendale Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on March 5th with 3 attendees. During the meeting, abutters raised questions and concerns regarding the requested variances, the anticipated construction timeline, and the overall project management throughout the construction period. Specific concerns were raised regarding access to the street during construction, including whether work would occur on weekends or require weekend permits. Abutters noted that the street is narrow and voiced concerns about potential traffic congestion, blocked walkways, and maintaining access to residential properties throughout the construction process. Following the abutters meeting, the proponent met with West Village Neighborhood Association, which completed the community process. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board of the
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, next we have Anthony Ross.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Awkwardly, I'm presenting the next case, but I also represent the owner of the abutting property to Mr. Vizela's proposed project at 26 Averton Street, and I'd like to go on record on behalf of the owner of that three-family in support of this proposal.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
Okay.
Oh,
Any?
I think we have Richard Lins.
Yeah, not so much a comment. I just wanted for clarity. Would it be possible to just confirm what the total lot width on that property was, and then what the required frontage would be? I'm just curious. I missed it in the presentation.
The lot width is 60 feet, which is the required frontage.
And well, I'm sorry, there were a total of three units?
3 units, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? May I have a motion?
I put forward a motion of approval with a proviso that the plans be submitted to the planning department for design review. And that the proponent work on enhancing the walkway and lighting and adding signage that clearly indicates the main entrance of where the units, the 2 and 3 units are located.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Burnell?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Next, we have case BOA 1804456 with the address of 66 to 66A Citrus Avenue. The applicant and or their representative present. Would they please explain to the board?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Anthony Ross. I'm an attorney with my office at 343 Belgrade Avenue in Rosendale, appearing on behalf of the owner, Hong Fang Yang. This proposal involves the construction of a new 2-family dwelling on a vacant lot immediately adjacent to Ms. Yang's existing 2-family home at 6870 Cedrus Avenue. The vacant lot has been assigned an address of 66-66A Cedrus Avenue. Both properties are shown on the photograph, which is the first slide. The existing 2-family is to the right at the very end of the dead end, and the vacant lot is immediately to the left. As shown on the next slide, the existing 2-family is the last house marked in the blue box. And as shown on this map, which is a portion of the city's use map, The surrounding neighborhood is comprised of a mix of single-family, mostly two-family, and three-family homes. The proposed two-family is an allowed use in this zoning district, a 2F 5,000 zoning district, and is consistent with the majority of the existing uses in the immediate area. The next map, or the next slide after this legend is here, thank you, is a portion of the city's assessing map that demonstrates that the subject lot is nearly identical in size and dimensions to most of the nearby lots on Cedars Avenue and the adjacent parallel streets. The prevailing lot pattern in this area is approximately 44 feet in width by 110 feet in depth, with lot areas roughly 4,840 square feet, which is the lot size of the subject lot. Accordingly, the lot dimensions, the proposed setbacks, the zoning insufficiencies identified in the refusal letter, and the proposed two-family use are all consistent with the character of the immediately surrounding neighborhood. If we could move down to the next slides and keep going to the architectural plans, please. For some reason, the elevations are at the bottom. Thank you. The proposed two-family has also been designed to fit the character of the neighborhood context. Although the units are configured internally in a front-to-back arrangement, the street-facing appearance, which is the next slide, I think, or the previous one. Thank you. The street-facing appearance is similar to that of a single-family home, with the entrance to the front unit appearing as the traditional front door and the entrance to the rear unit appearing as a typical side entrance along the driveway. Each of the proposed units in the two-family will contain 3 bedrooms and 2.5 baths. The existing garage at the rear of the property will be retained along with the existing driveway and curb cut. And we would be happy to answer any questions regarding the proposal of the zoning relief that's been requested.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jared Bendery. I'm the Rosendale Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on February 18th with 3 abutters in attendance. Concerns were expressed regarding the side yard setback, particularly because the area requiring relief directly abuts a neighboring property. Questions were also raised regarding proposed fencing and the preservation or removal of existing trees on the site. Abutters noted that the location of the side egress could create noise impacts for adjacent properties and suggested that it be relocated if feasible. Additional inquiries were made regarding the amount of usable backyard space that would remain after construction and whether the rear of the property would primarily be utilized for parking. Further concerns included the size of the proposed garage, the anticipated construction timeline, and the overall height and scale of the structure. Abutters stated the proposed building appeared taller than the surrounding homes and expressed concern that it may be inconsistent with the established character of the neighborhood. Following the abutters meeting, the Proponent Village Neighborhood Association on April 23rd, completing the community process. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we don't have additional comments.
Okay, would Attorney Ross like to address the concerns that were expressed?
Yeah, with regard to the side yard, Ms. Yang also owns now owns since the abutters meeting, the property to the left side of the property. She does plan to retain the fence. The garage is existing, and with regard to the height, the building has been designed so that it is in compliance with the height of 35 feet, the height limit in this zoning district. The reason for the topmost story with dormers being a full story is just to maximize the living space of each unit. They are 3-bedroom units with approximately 1,850 square feet designed for family occupancy. And the reason the building doesn't have a flat roof, which is similar to some of the other 3-unit buildings in the neighborhood, is she wanted to put a pitched roof on to maximize the feasibility of installing solar panels for energy efficiency.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? May I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll put forward a motion of approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham,
Yes.
Ms. Turner,
Yes.
Ms. Wewell,
Yes.
Mr. Brunel,
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have case BOA 1749423 with the address of 26 Burton Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, would they please explain?
Chair, my name is Ernst Guerrier. I'm an attorney in Boston and with a principal address at 299 Gallivan Boulevard. I represent the applicant, the contractor, Mr. David Allen, who's sitting to my right. Online are the homeowners, Mr. and Mrs. Best. Also joining with me this morning is the architect, Mr. Fred Moneygat, as well as his partner, Mr. Joseph Diderot. Madam Chair, before I go into the design, may I have an opportunity to lay out the project for you?
Yes, quickly. Yeah.
Yes, 26/30 Bird Street is a single-family home on 2 lots with the address of 26 and 30. We are proposing 8 condominium units with 8 parking spaces located in the rear. The property is located within a residential district, roughly less than a 3-minute walk to Ashmont Station, and it is the very definition of a transient development. We seek relief all under Article 65, basically for insufficient lot size, floor area ratio, and parking spaces. I will now turn it over to Mr. Didio to go over the design process with you. Before doing so, I should let you know we had an abutters meeting on October 20th, 2025. It was well received. We heard from the neighbors and some of their concern. We actually met with the Neighborhood Association on March 26th. I point out those dates because it gave us the time to actually work with the neighborhood to address all of their concern. I'm happy to report to you on March 26th, when we presented to the Ashmont Hill Neighborhood Association, it was unanimously approved. And we have a letter from Vicky Rugo, the association president, in support of this project. At this time, I'd like to transfer the remaining of my time to Mr. Didio or Mr. Moneygat to go over the design process.
Thank you, Ernst. Good morning, everyone, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Joseph Diderot. I am a staff architect here with Hierarchy. To walk you through the design, could maybe scroll back to the site plan, please. Are we able to go up? All right, site plan, maybe down. As mentioned, I think we're good here. As mentioned, we're combining 2 lots into what will be a larger lot with a frontage of approximately 73 feet. Lot size is combined will be approximately 6,000 square feet lot. What we are planning to do is to erect a 3-story building, and we'll have a pass-through where we'll have parking at the rear of the property. If you can scroll down to a site plan that reflects that. I think we are good here. To go back just a little, all right, let's go here. So we'll have a pass-through in the center of the building, and we'll have parking at the rear. The first floor level will compose of 2 2-bedroom apartments, one on the left, one on the right, and a pass-through for the common space and parking area through the building there. Let's go through the plans. The second and third floor is going to have 2 bedrooms, but 3 units on each floor plate, consisting of a total of 8 units on the second and third floor. We have 2 bathrooms per unit. These units are largely and fairly sized and comparable to a lot of the units that are being built in the area. Let's go through. Maybe to the elevation. The elevation is composed of cementatious siding with flat roof and metal windows. We are keeping in height with what exists in the neighborhood. We are targeting around 33 feet. We're not doing a basement slab and grade so that to stay within the height requirement and with what's in the neighborhood already. Let's go through more elevations, some sections that we shouldn't talk about right now. Let's go through some of the renderings. So to give you a flavor of what the view is like at the rear of the building where the parking area is, more views toward the rear area, as you can see. This is the front entry of the building. Again, I think the architecture is really in kind with a lot of what's happening in the neighborhood in the Ashmont area, which is, again, about a few blocks away. I'd like to say 2 or 3 blocks away. So really keeping in kind with the architecture that is being presented in the neighborhood right now, and really the massing and the height, I think, complements what is exists and what is being proposed in the area. So with that, I'd like to turn it back to the attorney. All right. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just one correction. The lot size is actually 6,918 square feet. Again, any questions from the board, we'd be more than happy to answer them, Madam Chair.
So can you mentioned this is in scale with other buildings in the neighborhood. So on that street, I don't see anything that looks quite that, with that many units. Can you just sort of elaborate on that?
Yes, Madam Chair. In fact, at the beginning of the street, there is a recently approved 9-unit building, and at the bottom of the street, which is right on the corner, there's approval from the board for a much larger site. This was something that we took into consideration looking at the neighborhood and designing the project to make sure that it was in keeping with what's been previously approved and keeping in the area. And that was taken into consideration in terms of the height. There are a number of 3-family units. This is on Ashmont Hill, so on the hill itself, there are a couple of 3-family or 6 families on the other side. And in the back of the building, there are much larger properties as well.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, I have one small question. I just wanted to know, how many condos are located on this street?
So good morning, Mr. Langham. As I stated before, at the beginning of the street, there's just been, I think it was a 9-unit condo, and at the end of the street, there's also another condo project, and right around the corner, there's been approved for a much larger, I believe it probably something like 25 or 26 unit. This is, again, right across the street from Ashmont Station. This is the very definition of transit-oriented development, and this will, in our opinion, provide much stability to the neighborhood by providing housing as well as home ownership. Thank you for your question, sir.
Thank you.
I also have a question. We received a comment from a direct abutter about how this building would impact the shadows on their property. I know you said you did work extensively with the community. Were there adjustments made because of those types of concerns?
Ms. Turner, absolutely. Not only do I do work within that community actually abuts Bailey Street, and 58 Bailey Street is owned by my wife and I. So I'm very familiar with the neighborhood, very familiar with the neighbors and everything. As I stated, if you remember during my presentation, we had our abutters meeting in October. We didn't have the association meeting until March. That gave us the time to actually rework the plan and the whole 9 yards. Things like fencing, shadowing, and stuff like that, we did address them. And in addition to that, I did provide any and all the abutters that appeared, and if they had any questions, to just contact me. And prior to our meeting, and I believe the neighborhood association sent out letters to all the abutters, and it was publicized for them to have another opportunity to come in and address that. And we addressed all of their concern, and I'm happy to report to you, at that association meeting, it was unanimously approved.
Thank you very much.
I also have a question for the architect.
Sure.
Yeah, so looking at your site plan, there's a stripe area as in the driveway essentially that would be taking cars to the back. What is this striped area meant for?
Can we go back to the site plan, maybe? Maybe talking about the walkway here. Is it the stripe area that connects both buildings?
Right, yeah, right, that it crosses, there was the previous drawing.
Right, it was a previous drawing.
Yeah, so it's marked as striped pathway, so in your plans, is the purpose?
Right, so it's basically an access that allows pedestrian to walk over and safely cross the parking area.
But it's just mostly a striped, striping on the asphalt?
Correct. We need to maintain the asphalt for the cars. So it's just a demarcation of a safe way for the tenants to go from one building to the other.
But you're expecting tenants to have a path into the units and into the stair directly, not to have to go through the driveway, correct?
Correct. There's direct an entry from the ground level. As you can see here, there's a walkway towards the right that leads you directly into the unit.
And in the back, where we have 8 parking spots, are you feeling, what's the dimension between the parking spots on the sort of plan left and plan right? Just to make sure that those cars can actually turn around and move out, and we actually do have the 8 parking spaces.
The dimension, we test out those dimensions, and a car can comfortably, a full-size car can comfortably back up and exit the property. And again, I'd like to point out that this is a transit-oriented development. We are targeting 8 parking spaces, but I think folks that lives here will be using the train system and relieve the burden of having a lot of parking spaces at the rear of the building. I think one of the things that we want to do, and if it's okay with the communities, maybe swap over some of the parking spaces for green space. I think that's a conversation to be had. We are open to doing that. I think we have plenty of parking spaces in the back, and we can make that work architecturally.
So can I ask, you're showing a lot of shrubbery outside of the fencing. So is that also your property? Are you providing that green space then?
We are, again, I think the shrubbery is based on conversations to create a buffer zone between the two properties. It could either be, the fence can either be on the left-hand side of the shrubbery or the right-hand side. We just chose to put on the other side of the property just to create a buffer and allowing the neighbor or giving them the luxury of having.
Yeah, that's why I just wanted to confirm that was part of your property and that you were providing it.
It's part of the property. It's part of, yes.
Madam Chair, it's completely our property. Right now, there's a hard fence there, and that surely would be on our property. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And what's the material for the parking? Because that is a lot of, looks like asphalt, so I don't know.
Right, it will be permeable asphalt. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? May I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I am the Dorchester Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated October 20th, During the meeting, abutters expressed concerns that the proposed building could cast shadows and reduce sunlight to neighboring homes. Abutters also commented that the proposed front setback, approximately 5 feet from the street, appeared significantly closer to the sidewalk than surrounding properties and could affect the safety at the corner. Additional concerns included the height of the proposed building, which some abutters felt was excessive, as well as the consistency of front yard setbacks along the street. Abutters expressed that the proposed setback differed from the established development pattern of the neighborhood and viewed as out of character with the surrounding properties. Abutters also questioned the driveway configuration beneath the building and expressed concern that the proposed 8 parking spaces may be unnecessary given the property's proximity to the Ashmont train station. Concerns were further raised regarding the building's proximity to the adjacent properties, whether the units would be rental or ownership housing, and at what market level, and the anticipated construction timeline. Following the abutters meeting, the proponent met with Ashmont Hill Association, and to date, our office has received 1 letter of support from the Ashmont Hill Association in support of the proposal. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair, and next we have Anastasia from City Councilor Worrells.
Hi, yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you. Anastasia on behalf of Councilor Worrell, who represents District 4. We're aware that this development does have support from Ashmont Hill, who took the lead on this, but we have heard some issues from Ashmont Valley members as well as neighbors. So at this point, Councilor Worrell would like to defer to the board. Thank you.
So Anastasia, can you tell us which association does this property rest in? Is it Ashmont Valley or Ashmont Hills?
Yeah, to my understanding, and I think I'd like to go and confirm that before giving you the official answer, but my understanding is that it's kind of on the line between both.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Mark Mopon.
Could you speak up? I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Next we have Jeff Burke. Hi, Jeff. I think we are having.
Okay, is Jeff Perk attempting to speak? Or are you here on, okay, can you state your name and address for the record and state your position?
My name is Jeff Perk. I'm at 20 Fuller Street, and I'm opposed to this development. As Attorney Guerrero should know, since he's on Bailey Street, this property is part of Ashmont Valley Neighborhood Association, and the developers have not made any effort to present to Ashmont Valley Neighborhood Association. And contrary to his assertions, this development is very out of character with the immediate block. Also, it should be noted that this is 2 properties that have been merged, and the city, when it deeded 30 Burt Street to the owner of 26 Burt Street, did so with the express intent in the deed that it not be developed, so as to preserve green space within a neighborhood that is fairly dense and lacks green space. That is all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
Okay, so can we hear from the developer about the,
I'm sorry, I think there is one more person. I'm not sure if it's
okay, yep, last one.
Shelley.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to, I'm a neighbor on Bailey Street. I live across from 58 Bailey Street, and I just wanted to piggyback on Jeff of asking, is there still a restriction on 30 Birch Street? Is the city ignoring those or removing those? But I'm pretty sure it was sold through the yard lot program that D&D has. And so I'd like that to be, it'd be great if the owner of 58 Bailey would also invest in that site because it's quite messy. It's dirty most of the time. It's, so we'd like to see that owner as being a good neighbor on Bailey Street as well. Thank you.
And do you have a position on this hearing, or are you just asking about whether the city's, the lot program?
I haven't followed it as closely as others, so
Okay.
I'm just primarily wanting an answer on the yard lot program.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to turn it back to the applicant. There are quite a number of things that were raised. If you could try to address those.
Yes, so I will address the issues for you. Number one, Jeff, thank you for your comment. I would submit to the board that 20 Fuller Street is quite a ways away from Birch Street. That's actually literally 3 streets away from Birch Street, going the other way, and right on Fuller Street. In fact, in designing the building, we actually went and looked at all of the development that was going on Fuller Street, 60, 20, 20, as well as the 2 other ones that were consistent. With respect to the lot size, we thought combining the 2 lots would make for an excellent proposed development in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. I did not address the issue of the shadows simply because this is the first time that came to us, but I'm more than happy to work with the neighbor to make sure that this is an issue that we can resolve. To be frankly honest with you, that was not presented to us. That's not an issue that we vetted prior to coming to you.
So I think the question was regarding a D&D program that may have preserved it for open space. That was the question. And are you aware of that? Can you answer that question?
To be frank with you, Madam Chair, I am not aware of that. I believe the 2 lots have been in the family for quite some time. Combining the 2 spaces, we would be willing to reduce the parking spot, the number of parking in the site.
Is Mr. Hampton perhaps aware of this issue or not? Or is that something we should confirm?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, Jeff Hampton, City of Boston Planning Department. I'm aware of the program that existed. I don't know whether or not if there is any deed restriction on 30 Burt, and if there was there a certain time limit? I think it's an important part of this case to make sure that there is no deed restriction on this, but that's not up to the planning department to, enforce, if you will. So if there is a question about any sort of deed restriction, maybe a deferral until that is finalized, or there is an answer, a definitive answer given. A short deferral might be in order.
Thank you. Are there other questions from the board?
I don't have a question, but I'm looking at the Greater Ashmont Main Street. They have a map of the neighborhood associations, and it looks like Ashmont Hill Association and Ashmont Valley Neighborhood Association overlap right over that property. And so it seems like they would both have an interest and what's going on here.
Okay, and only one of them has been approached, as we are hearing, correct? From the applicant?
Madam Chair, just so you know, and by the way, Jeremy and the city did an excellent job since we had the abutters meeting. They directed us to Ashland Hill. So I was not aware that the Ashland Valley would have had an interest. Happy to work with them, happy to engage them in discussion, and happy to address any concern that they have. But as you know, the city directed us, and that's where we went and presented our project.
Thank you. Is there a motion? In light of deed and neighborhood issues?
Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a motion of deferral for those issues that you just cited.
Also for the dates, there's July 28th, August 11th, or August 25th.
And if there is a more convenient date, I guess the most recent date or the closest date, what is that? July 11th? 28th, thank you.
Does that give the applicant sufficient time to address the deed issue and reach out to the other association?
Absolutely, Madam Chair.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yeah, and I'll just give the applicant sort of my thoughts on this, so when they come back, maybe it'll be more successful. I do think there needs to be more work done around sort of being more contextual with the neighborhood. I know it's right near the Ashmont station, but I do think it could go a long way to kind of do some tweaks that would make it fit better into the neighborhood.
Thank you. Mr. Burnell?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. See you then.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next, we have case BOA 1806734 with the address of 501 Talbot Avenue. If the applicants and/or their representative present, please explain to the board.
Hello, yes, we're all present. It's a pleasure to present to you today, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Sophia. I'm the architect for this project representing our client. Our contractors are also on this phone call. If you just help me, please zoom in into that clouded area over there to the left, include the photo of the image above. The house is on Talbot Avenue, and it's this 3-story building that our client had purchased about a year ago, unit 3 in that building, which is the top unit. She had originally bought it with the intent of extending into the attic, which was part of the kind of purchase documents, and we had done some work to extend the level 3 unit directly into the attic. So if you just scroll up, if it's possible, on that image, you'll be able to show the building itself. Yep, and the attic space would be right up in that roof. So the work that we have done is essentially increase the FAR. Scroll down again, I'm sorry, to that, to that table. You'll see that in the current zoning, the FAR maximum is 0.4, the existing is 0.87, which is already non-conforming, and we are proposing a 1.0 FAR. The other thing that I would like to mention, and if you can now scroll through the plans, next page is just general, go through number 3, yep, please zoom out. You can see that currently there is a unit on the 3rd floor with 2 egress stairs, and the upper level attic is actually just empty. It seems like there was some effort to have some space and rooms in there, we have to get rid of the demising walls. And what we have to do is reinforce the entire attic floor and roof structure in order to, have the correct loading on that floor. If we go to the next page, you'll be able to see that in order to do this, we actually have to raise the roof 1 foot in order to have a clearance, headspace clearance for a livable, habitable space. And for that reason, we also have to kind of do quite a bit of the work on the roof in order to get the large enough beams and all of the structural components into the space itself. We are proposing skylights along the edge of the roof, only on the sides of the building, not on the front facade. If you scroll down one more, you will see the proposed layout of the unit space above. And this would include, an additional bathroom, another stair kind of in the middle of the plan, an additional bedroom and some storage space. This would increase and improve the living arrangements and living layout for our client here. She has unanimous approval from the other 2 units in the building, and we've also received supporting letter from the Ashmont Hill Association approving this project and this design. As far as what this does to the street front, it actually will not make a lot of change. We're not changing the exterior. We're not proposing to change the look of the building on the outside. We are simply trying to make this attic space more livable. And with that, the only other thing that I'd like to mention is, with Dorchester, I live in Dorchester. I'm right down the street, 10 minutes from this building. I think that this is a great way, an opportunity to increase living area and space that is not currently usable, and, improve the livability of this building, as well as allow, the other residents to benefit from a sturdier and better roof that either way needs upgrade. So with that, I'll leave it for comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I'm the Dorchester Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consists of an abutters meeting facilitated on March 12th with no guest in attendance. Next, the proponent presented to the Ashmont Hill Civic Association on March 26th, where they voted in support of the proposal. To date, our office has received 1 letter of support from the Ashmont Hill Association and strong support for the proposal. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we don't have additional comments.
With that, may I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Brunel?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have case BOA 1828945 with the address of 19 Renock Street. If the applicant and or their representative are the applicant, they are present. They please explain to the board.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Darwin Fortuna, and I am the registered architect representing Juan on this project. If you could pull up the presentation that we have. All right, so yes, once again, Darwin Fortuna, business address of 50 Grove Street in Salem, Massachusetts. So this is a pretty straightforward project that we are partnering and serving our client on. He currently owns that property on the right, which it will be called 15 Green Oak, and the lot to the left will be 19 Greenock. It's one of those interesting opportunities to essentially activate missing tooth within the fabric of the neighborhood, which is, all of the other properties around there are pretty much the same character, size, and dimensions. So we thought, well, why not improve this neighborhood by one, addressing the housing crisis that we have, but addressing it in a very much contextual way. I mean, we're essentially taking all of the inspirations and look and feel and architectural elements of the neighborhood, so that in terms of that, it really just blends in. The only thing we did was we would like to have a different color other than the beige colors that all of the other properties have. This is a triple-decker style building that addresses all of the needs of a new time. It will be fully sprinkled building. It will provide fully accessible unit at the ground floor as required, and it's still dignifying, still has decks in volumes that the neighbors could use, the abutters the users can use and have access. Again, pretty straightforward approach and strategy. And the units are 3 bedrooms for the upper 3, and the lower unit at the lower floor would be a 2-bedroom, open concept, and good size units, again, matching and essentially filling that missing tooth of the neighborhood. And we have Mr. Roberto Green and Juan on the call if they would like to talk, but for the most part, this is, again, a pretty straightforward project.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Mr. Fortuna, I do have a question. There is a comment from the Disabilities Commission about your common entry. I do see that in your plans that there is a ramp that provides an accessible entry to the first floor unit. However, the Disabilities Commission is pointing out that the main entrance also needs to be accessible. Are you aware of this comment?
I am. We're trying to figure out a possible way of addressing that. And again, the lot is not too big. It's just shy of the minimum requirement, but we mitigated it. We've done a similar approach in another project, and we kind of had to get a bit of a variance from the MAB because of the conditions. I mean, to get a ramp up there from the front, it's a very big challenge. I know this is a new construction instead of infilling a new or existing building, but still it's challenging. And it's that kind of balancing act between dignifying units that have proper spacing and a front entrance to the ramp, which also dignifies the user to that ground floor. All of the other units are convertible to accessible if we ever do an elevator on this property, but at this point that was the approach that we could muster in the design process. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? May I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I am the Dorchester Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The outlet consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on April 30th with no concerns raised. Following the abutters meeting, no further committee process was required, and the proposal was approved to move forward in the process. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
Okay, any other questions from the board? May I have a motion?
I'd like to put a motion of approval with a proviso that the applicant submits drawings to the planning department for design review, in particular for adequate side yard conditions, and as mentioned, the accessibility issue on the common entrance for all units.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge? Sorry, did I hear Mr.?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Brunel?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Next, we have case BOA 1825902 with the address of 24 Alaska Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, would they please explain to the board?
Good morning, Madam Chair and member of the board. My name's Daniel. I own 24 Alaska Street. We're looking at, it's currently a single family, 6-bedroom, 2.5 bath, single family. We're looking at make it a 2-family with converting the basement. The basement is a walkout basement towards the rear. And what we're trying to do is make it a 2-family bi-level units, the second and third floor being 1 unit, and then the basement as well as the first floor being another. We're looking to do 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath for the first unit within the basement and first floor, as well as a 5-bed, 2 full bath on the second unit. This particular project that we're doing does not change the layout or how the property looks from the exterior. The entirety of the work we're conducting is going to be within the inside of the property. So like the layout of the layout of the neighborhood, the streets are not going to change as from the exterior, basically. If you don't mind scrolling down, these are obviously, as you can see in front of you, these are the plans that we have currently, and we did the community meeting with the help of Jeremy Bunbury from City Hall. We set up multiple, I believe I did 3 community hearings. We had 0 opposition. Everybody was in support of the project. That's basically what I'm looking to do. This particular project only adds on about 847 square footage of living space by converting the basement into a finished unit along with the first floor. That concludes my presentation, and I'm grateful for your time and consideration of this appeal. I hope that the board will find favor of granting all requested variances. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just curious if you're aware the other buildings that are adjacent to yours that are similar, are those two families, single families? Do they also have basement units?
So there are 5, to the best of my knowledge, there are 5 row houses, the brownstones. I am the corner to the left if you're looking at the property in front of us, in front of you. And I believe 2 of them, one of them, including another one, is a single family, and everything else is multi, with 2 of them, I believe, being 2 family, and one of them 3 family.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? And public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Benbury. I'm the Roxbury Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on April 8th with 1 abutter in attendance. The abutter expressed support for the proposal, citing the anticipated beautification of the neighborhood through improved property management and enhanced landscaping. Following the abutters meeting, the proponent presented the proposal to 9 Streets United, which voted in support of the project. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we don't have additional comments.
With that, may I have a motion?
Motion of approval?
May I have a second? Thank you. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Brunel?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next, we have case BOA 1827322 with the address of 35 Notre Dame Street. If the applicant and/or the representative present, will they please explain to the board?
Thank you, Mr. Stenbridge. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Mike Ross. I'm an attorney at the law firm of Prince Lobel. This is a proposal for 35 Notre Dame, also known as 35-37 Notre Dame in Roxbury, which is presently vacant land within an MFR sub-district. The plan is to build 6 home ownership. You can stand there, Mr. Ambassador, Madam Ambassador. The plan is to build 6 home ownership units within a 3-story structure on the site. So starting with this site plan, this lot you see here is 2983 square feet, which is very typical for these size lots in this area. One of the reasons we're seeking zoning relief is the size of this lot. This MFR sub-district requires a 4,000 minimum square foot for the first 3 units, and then 3,000 for the next 3 units. While I'm mentioning zoning relief, I might as well go through it. We're also cited for insufficient lot width and frontage, which is 40. Here you see 35. We're cited for the FAR, which is allowed for 1.0. We're at 1.82. For front yard, 20 is required, and we are at 5. For side yard, 10 is required, we're at 5. For rear yard, this is a shallow lot. For rear yard, 12.5 would be required, we're at 10. And then finally, there's no parking with this proposal, so we are required to have 1 space per unit. We do not have parking, so we're cited for parking. You can sit here at this slide, A001, shows the proposed ground floor with Notre Dame, the street on the right. The entrance to the building is both at the front, but also at the side. The front of the building allows you access to the front unit, which is Unit 2. And then along the side allows you access to Unit 2 and all the other units, the other 5 units in the building, total 6. Unit 2, the front unit, is smaller than the other units on account of the mechanical rooms. There is no basement with this proposal. And it is therefore a 2-bedroom, 1 bath at 596 square feet. Unit 1, the unit in the rear of that previous slide, is 818 square feet. It's a 3-bedroom, 2 bath. Here you're seeing the 2 other floors with the 2nd floor at the bottom and the 3rd floor above it. Unit 4, which is the bottom front unit, is 675 square feet. It's a 2-bedroom, 1 bath. And the rear unit, which is the bottom rear unit, is 877 square feet. It's a 3-bedroom, 2 bath. And above is the same, roughly the same configuration with a 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom. 2-bedroom in the front, 3-bedroom in the rear. And each unit has ample roof open space, and each bedroom actually has its own balcony. There's nothing on the roof. These are your elevations. The next slide shows the axiomatic images. Working with the Eggleston Square Neighborhood Association on the next slide, we worked through questions around landscaping and buffering, and we provided, therefore, a landscape plan for this project. Even though it's just a 6-unit plan, that's on the next slide. I don't know, maybe the ambassador is not able to pull the, was that the last slide you had there? No, there you go. You have it right there, the landscape plan above. There it is. We provided a landscape plan to the board for their review. That just shows the addition of trees and shrubs on the site. And there currently is only 1 tree on the site. It's a vacant lot. And then if you go to the rear, you have some renderings that we produced. You can zoom in on those if you'd like. And that's all I have, Madam Chair. Happy to pause.
Thank you.
Comments.
Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Benbury. I'm the Roxbury Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on April 13th. During the meeting, several questions and concerns were raised and addressed by the proponent. However, no opposition to the proposal was expressed. The proponent subsequently presented to Eggleston Square Neighborhood Association, which voted in support of the proposal, subject to the following conditions: incorporating landscaping buffers wherever feasible, sharing updated design and landscaping plans as they are developed, and making reasonable efforts to keep neighbors informed of construction activities that may impact the surrounding area, including weekend work and material deliveries. To date, our office has received one letter of support from the Eggleston Square Neighborhood Board. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board with the judgment.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we don't have additional interest.
Okay, and do you want to speak to any of those feedback, Mr. Ross?
Yeah, I mean, he kind of cut out at the end. We have a letter of support from the Eggleston Square Neighborhood Association. We've cooperated with all their requirements.
Okay, any other questions from the board? May I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Actually, can we add a proviso to that approval?
Yes.
What would you like to add?
Well, I would like to add a proviso to submit to design review, to Boston Planning for design review, and I would like to emphasize the design of the building. It seems like there's something that the design can actually be improved a lot, so I guess that's it.
Acceptable, Mr. Langham?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and who seconded? Or can someone second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Brunel?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries.
Thanks a lot. Have a great day.
Next, we have case BOA 1817132 with the address of 18 Dell Ave. If the applicant and or their representative present, they please explain.
Are you presenting, Mr. Carvello?
Yes, I am.
So can you state your name, address for the record, and proceed?
Yep. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Nick Carvello. I'm from Design Resource Team, representing the client and owner of 18 Dell Ave. Here we go. So here on the left, we have an aerial view of the property shown right at the corner of Dell Ave and Seawall. On the right, we're showing a proposed rendering of 18 Dell Ave along with 16 and 20 on either side of it, which are both owned by the client here. Same client for all three buildings. If you want to scroll down to the second page. We have the zoning code refusal here stating that we're violating more than one dwelling on the same lot, floor area ratio, and usable open space for the property. The proposed building stays within the setbacks and the height. Here we have some of the feedback that we've received throughout the community process this far and how we've addressed them. Three main concerns were that the basement level may not receive enough natural daylight, it could feel dark, and our response to that is we've increased the windows in the stairwell leading down to the basement, and then the first floor was, the second and third floor have decks. The first floor did not, so that we could create a well down into the basement to provide some more light. The second comment was they'd like to see the we can show the decks on the plans and the elevations when we get further down, but if you want to go back to the comments page on number 3. So the second comment was that they'd like to see unit 1 be a 4-bedroom instead of a 5, and we went ahead and made that change. And the final comment was that there was they wanted to clarify the status of some outstanding code enforcement violations for other properties that the owner, the property owner owns, and he's been working with the city to work through those code violations. There were a few properties in question that were no longer owned by this property owner, and there was a few properties in question that were never owned by this property owner at all. He's been working with the code enforcement office, who I believe we're supposed to send over a letter to the ZBA before this meeting stating either that all the codes were resolved or in the process of being resolved. And if you'd like to go to the next page that shows the site plan. I think it's a few up, number 4. So here we just have the existing and proposed site plan. It's empty lot today. On the left and on the right, you see the proposed building. 6 total spots in the back. 3 of them are existing, belong to 16 Del Ave, and then we have 3 mirrored on the other side that will belong to 18 Del Ave. Here we just have an existing proposed rendering of the site. You can see the empty lot on the left and the proposed building on the right, consistent with the surrounding home scope and character. Here we have the floor plans. You can see unit 1 is basement and first floor. That was a unit that was originally 5 units. We dropped it to 5 bedrooms, we dropped it to 4 bedrooms. You can see levels 2 and 3 have the decks, level 1 does not, and level 2 and 3 are both 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, with decks off the rear. South elevation, you can see those 2 decks off the rear, none on the first floor. West elevation, same thing, you can see the 2 decks. And then north elevation shows the front of the building, and the east side elevation shows so we have a double window there in the stairwell, which will allow more art right down to the basement. Here's just the material sheet showing some proposed materials to be used on the site, consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. Quick 3D view showing both the buildings on the site, 16 and 18 Del. And a shadow study showing the existing buildings and the proposed and how the shadows will affect the site and the nearby buildings.
Can you talk about a couple of things? One is you mentioned 4 units, but I think, not 4 units, 4 bedroom for one of the units, but I believe what you submitted says 5. So that's one question, comment. And then there was some feedback about insufficient open space and your impervious surfaces. Can you talk about that as well?
So the original submission was on unit 1 was for a 5 bedroom. And during the community process, that was some of the feedback that we got. They would like to see it reduced to 4. So the current proposal and this presentation shows unit 1 as a 4 bedroom. Okay. And it will remain a 4 bedroom. The open space comment, we are being called for insufficient open space. I think the required is 400 per unit, and we're providing 287 per unit. So that's one of the violations we're seeking.
And then the parking space the surfaces?
I think the plan is to look into some sort of pervious material. I'm not sure exactly what it will be, but we'll try to reduce the amount of total asphalt back there.
Okay. Thank you. Are there questions from the board?
Yes, yeah. The first floor unit, the one that you mentioned that went from 5 to 4 bedrooms, some of the bedrooms are in the basement unit, right? So this is a two-story unit.
Yep, the duplex.
Okay, so you were, the Disabilities Commission commented on this unit as, this being the first floor unit needing to be fully accessible, and they have commented on this. Are you aware, and do you have a plan to address this?
Yep, so the first unit is fully accessible. We have the first floor of the first unit is fully accessible. We have a ramp off the street and the adequate requirements for that first level, which also includes 2 bedrooms, to be fully accessible.
Well, the unit needs to be accessible, not just the first floor, the unit.
Okay, I was not aware of the comments from them, but we can look into making, we can reach out to them and figure out how we can make those updates.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Did you have any other comments or
That's it for
questions?
now.
All right, thank you. May I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and board members, Siggy Johnson with the Office of Neighborhood Services. Our office hosted an abutters meeting on February 26th, at which there was a question about staging of construction equipment, but no opposition was stated. The Community Alliance of Mission Hill is supporting this application. With that background, ONS defers judgment to the board. Thank you.
Any other raised hands?
Madam Chair, we don't have additional comments.
Okay, any other questions from the board? May I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion of approval with no building code relief.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
I'll vote yes, but I was also wondering if Mr. Collins would be amenable to a proviso to increase open space on site, and even if that means removing parking.
I think from my perspective, it's a little inappropriate to remove parking in this area, but I'd be okay with like impervious surfaces or something of that nature.
So do you want to add impervious surfaces, to your motion?
Yeah, we can do that. So we can add the proviso of parking must be
On permeable surface?
correct.
Okay, so we'll continue. That was a yes from Ms. Wewell. Mr. Burnell?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Next, we have 2 companion cases. The first is case BOA 1834035 with the address of 25 Upton Street. Along with that, we have case BOA 1838331, also with the address of 25 Upton Street. It's the applicant and the representative of our presence. Will they to explain to the board?
Good morning, Madam Chair. John Moran, Alpine Advisory Services, with a mailing address of 130 Beach Road, Orleans, Mass. Madam Chair, we have both zoning and building code relief. This is a project, the scope of which is to change the occupancy from a 2-family to a 3-family with full interior renovations, fully sprinkled, to construct a roof deck for the exclusive use of the 3rd unit and 3 rooftop condensers, and to erect 3 cantilevered rear decks projecting 6 feet into the rear yard. The revised zoning refusal letter cited 3 violations. One, the extension of the rear townhouse decks. If we could scroll to A201, which would show the proposed 201, I'm sorry, shows the proposed rear decks, which extend which are cantilevered and extend 6 feet, conforming to the accepted design criteria, and we request the appropriate conditional use permit for the erection of these decks. Next, we were cited for rooftop restriction on the proposed roof deck. We would respectfully suggest, pursuant to Section 64-34, paragraph 2, that a roof deck may be constructed as a matter of right if it conforms to certain dimensional requirements, being set back 6 feet from the roof edges, that it be no higher than a foot above, the deck itself be no higher than a foot above the high ridge line, that it be accessed by a hatch, and that it not violate the building code height restrictions. We would respectfully suggest that A103 and A301 show that the proposed deck conforms to this proviso in Section 34 and may be constructed as a matter of right, and would ask the board to make a finding that relief is not necessary, that it may be constructed as a matter of right, or what the board deems appropriate. Last, we are cited for rear yard insufficiency. Does the board want me to review the proposed deck?
Let's see if we have questions. Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, I'll take public testimony.
Well, if I may.
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is.
We'll come back.
Madam Chair, there's one more item that I need to address.
Okay, sorry.
And that's, we were cited for rear yard insufficiency. If we could scroll to down to the proposed site plan, which would show the setbacks. Up one. Yep, we were almost there. There we are. This shows the proposed and existing site plan. The lot is 74 feet in depth. There is a shallow lot proviso in the neighborhood code, 64, section 34, subsection 7, which provides for every foot that a lot is less than 100 feet in depth, 6 inches shall be deducted from the required rear yard setback of 30 feet. In this case, the lot is 74 feet or less than 26 feet in depth. Adjusting under the calculation of the shallow lot, the required rear yard becomes 17 feet rather than 30 feet. In the proposed rear yard is 32.8 feet, which conforms when adjusted and is sufficient to conform to the zoning code. And again, I would request that the board make a finding that the rear yard is sufficient or whatever the board deems appropriate. During the community process, there was broad-based support for this project. No opposition was cited, and there are seven letters of support for the project. In reference to the building code relief, the building is 4 stories, which triggers the requirement that a penthouse be installed rather than the proposed hatch. would suggest that the requirement would trigger the need for a variance and would alter the uniformity of the street profile, which is one of the defining historic district characteristics. The hatch is a common means of approved access for roof decks. It would not create an unsafe condition. It is an acceptable compliance alternative. The three-family will be fully sprinkled. There's no hazard to the occupants if the relief is granted. The building will remain within all firefighting equipment and safety materials, and the granting of the variance would be appropriate. With that, I would request that the board, in reference to the zoning cited violations, that they make appropriate findings in relief. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I'm the Roxbury Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. Completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on April 30th with the Vice President of Union Park Neighborhood Association present. No issues or concerns were raised. With a general request to respect the neighborhood and be mindful of noise. With the civic present at the abutters meeting, no further community process was required. And to date, our office has received 5 letters of support from the proposal. It goes to note that of the 5 letters, 1 letter contained 3 individuals for a total of 7 individuals in support of the proposal. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board with their judgment.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ashley from Councilor Flynn's office.
Good morning. My name is Ashley from Councilor Flynn's office. Councilor Flynn would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we don't have additional comments.
With that, may I have a motion? I'm sorry, is someone else speaking?
Yes. Hi, Flanders. Yes, you can go. Next, please.
So my name is MB Flanders. I'm an abutter. I live at 38 Union Park, which is catty corner across the alley from this property. And on, I understand that there was a meeting on April the 30th that was not made public knowledge. There was no posting of this meeting on the doors of the abutters, which is usually customary. I don't know where this meeting was posted. I will say that the alley is a very congested place, and that these lots are, I think that this lot in particular maybe backs up to some garages, which will make the turning radius very difficult to exit and enter from these parking spaces. And again, because I'm not aware that there was a public process. If the Union Park Neighborhood Association was in attendance, it wasn't made public to the abutters, as far as I know.
Thank you. Okay, does the applicant want to address that comment before we make a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, the photographic requirements of the posting was sent to Jeremy. The property notices were appropriately posted and within the boundaries required and directed by MUMS, and that there was a full hearing, that the neighborhood association is in support, and that all of the immediate abutters, left and right of the property, support the relief.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Motion of approval, Madam Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Burnell?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next case has been deferred until July 28th. And with that, for the 11 a.m. hearings, we'll ask if there are any requests for withdrawals or deferrals at this time. from the 11 o'clock hearing? Hearing none, then we'll return to the 9:30 a.m. hearing.
I think the gentleman who was part of the 9:30s, I don't know, are you trying to defer?
No.
No, I'm not trying to defer. I just wanted to make sure that,
Oh, okay, yeah, yep.
I only raised my hand to make sure we didn't forget about our case.
No, we didn't. You'll be at the end of the 9:30s.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, we'll move on to case BOA 183-3678 with the address of 65 to 71 Main Street. If the applicants and/or the representative are present, they please explain the case to the board.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Ryan Gosda on behalf of the appellant with a business address of 28 State Street, Suite 802, Boston, Mass. With me on the call as well is Robert Walsh, who is the property owner. We're here this morning to discuss an appeal of a refusal letter for a change of use and occupancy for the building located at 65 to 71 Main Street in Charlestown with an AKA address for the rear of 1 to 3 Monument Ave. Presently, the CO for this property recites a use of retail, catering, offices, 4 apartments, and a Pilates studio, which we are seeking to update to retail, offices, 5 apartments, and a Pilates studio. The first floor of this property was previously a restaurant, catering, and commercial restaurant space that was operated by the Figs restaurant in excess of 30 years at this site. However, following the restaurant vacating the space, that approximately 1,800 square foot space on the first floor has now been subdivided in half with a Pilates studio on the front along Main Street with a proposed 5th residential unit in the rear with an access along Monument Ave. The 5th unit in the rear is technically a conditional use given the frontage along Main Street in the neighborhood shopping subdistrict, but it's generally in keeping with many of the other, majority residential units in the direct vicinity of the property. So, long way to say that by this appeal, we're seeking to legalize the 5th unit in the rear of the property with no other proposed changes at the site. Prior to coming before the board today, we did host an ONS abutters meeting on April 21st. And as we come before you all today, we're unaware of any opposition in the neighborhood, but we're certainly happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and board members, Sigurd Johnson with the Office of Neighborhood Services. Our office hosted an abutters meeting on April 21st, which had no attendees. With that background, ONS defers judgment to the board. Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
With that, may I have a motion?
I put forward a motion of approval.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Burnell?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Next, we have case BOA 181-7787 with the address of 450 William F. McClellan Highway. If the applicant and/or the representative are present, will they please explain to the board?
Madam Chair, members of the board, good morning. My name is Timothy Fraser from the law firm of Dane Torpy, 175 Federal Street in Boston. I'm here today representing my client, Dent Wizard International, which is seeking approval for a variance to update the current use at 450 William F. McClellan Highway to include minor dent and cosmetic repair of vehicles in the HURT fleet of rental cars. We're in the East Boston neighborhood, so we have one violation that was cited on our proposal, which is that the vehicular service use, and particularly the cosmetic repair of vehicles, is forbidden in this area. But by way of some background, Hertz already operates a satellite rental car location at 450 McClellan. These Hertz operations are located, you probably have never seen them as you drive by the site because they're located behind existing commercial and airport support business operations. It doesn't actually front on McClellan Highway. So what Dent Wizard is seeking is permission to perform minor cosmetic dent work at the location. So this would be like fixing door dings and minor scrapes to the Hertz vehicles. It would not be collision repair or any kind of body work or things like that. We also won't be establishing a customer-facing, we won't be open to the public, so to speak. This is just only to service the Hertz fleet of rental cars. So we've worked with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services to meet the community process requirements. And to date, we haven't received any comments or opposition from the abutters or neighborhood groups. And I'll just also add that BPDA, in reviewing our proposal, has recommended it. With that, I can turn it to the board if you have any questions. I do have, I believe, folks from Dent Wizard online on the line if there's any specific technical questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Eva Jones, representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Regarding 450 McClellan Highway, our office defers to the board's judgment. The community process was conducted, including the distribution of a subcommittee flyer on 4/10/26. During the community comment period, I did not receive any emails expressing any comments or concerns regarding this proposal. This proposal is not in the catchment area of any civic association and therefore was not required to meet with any group. At this time, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services defers to the board's judgment on this matter. Thank you, everyone, for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
With that, may I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Brunel? Unmute. Mr. Brunel?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the board.
So at this point, Madam Chair, we'll return to the first case for the 930s, which is case BOA 171-6446, with the address of 178 to 180 Wells Street. I believe the gentleman was inquiring about a couple of minutes ago.
And Madam Chair, as ZBA staff did check, they did not receive any updated plans.
I'm sorry, I sent Wednesday, March 11th at 4:08 p.m.
The updated one?
Yes.
Is staff able to access that?
The person who I sent it to is present today.
Who did you send them to?
Siggy Johnson.
So
So that's the concern I had earlier. Yep, I asked you if you sent it to ISD or to Mayor's Office, so that's two different things. So that means what that sounds like is ISD does not have it.
Okay. Well, I wasn't aware that that's what I was supposed to do. So what's the next steps?
So submit the updated plans, to ISD Board of Appeal at boston.gov. And then ISD will have to review those plans.
Okay.
So I would suggest we defer until August 11th to give enough time for plans review and for advertising.
Okay. What do you mean by advertisement?
So it has to be placed in the newspaper, the zoning violations, as well as the purpose of the project. So
Butters receive notice, et cetera.
Correct, yeah. So
Okay.
with the updated plans, there could be additional zoning code violations, and so we have a duty to state those in our advertisements under open meeting law.
Okay, and then do we go right back to this meeting Because we've already done neighborhood meetings, right?
So that's the August 11th, yep. So if you could please submit those plans to the appropriate place, we will see you then. So with that, can I have a motion?
Motion.
Chair.
Go ahead, Katie.
I'm sorry, someone?
Motion to defer to August 11th.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Brunel?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. So please do submit those to the appropriate spot in ISD, and we will see you on August 11th.
Can you please, just to be clear, can you please tell me the appropriate spot in ISD to make sure I don't make a mistake?
Yep, ISD Board of Appeal at boston.gov.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we'll move on to the hearing scheduled for 11 a.m. We'll ask quickly again if there are any requests for withdrawals or deferrals from the 11 a.m. hearing. Hearing none, we'll move on to case BOA 1824666 with the address of 61 Brookline Avenue. If the applicant and/or the representative present, would they please explain to the board?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stenbridge. Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Ryan Spitz with Adams and Moranci. Business address of 168 8th Street, first floor, South Boston. I am here today on behalf of my client, Broadway Restaurant Group. The proposal in front of you today is seeking to add live entertainment after 10:30 to its current occupancy. This establishment is known as Loco Fenway, which is directly across the street from Fenway Park and Lansdowne Street. Loco Fenway has been applying for one-day licenses for nearly 3 years without any known issues with the city of Boston. The licensing board has now requested the proponents to add this live entertainment after 10:30 to its current occupancy. The operator has a stellar reputation in this community as well as many other neighborhoods in the city of Boston. The live entertainment after 10:30 is a conditional use in this sub-district, but it will not be any different than any of the other establishments with live entertainment in this neighborhood. The operator is proposing live entertainment from Thursday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. and then again on Sunday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Windows will be closed by 10 p.m. with the live entertainment occurs. Live entertainment will consist of a DJ and up to 4 vocalists. The plans clearly designate the DJ live music locations within the floor plan at 4 different locations, demonstrating thoughtful placement consistent with egress and patron flow. At this point, Madam Chair, I'm going to turn it over to the board for any questions or comments.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, can I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members, Siggy Johnson with the Office of Neighborhood Services. Our office hosted an abutters meeting on March 25th at which residents of 61 Brookline Ave were opposed to the application, citing concerns about noise with the existing one-day licenses. Although a number of residents expressed an openness to a permanent entertainment license only on weekends if weekdays were excluded, the operator made a concession that the live entertainment would only be Thursday through Sunday and on Sunday would cease by 10 p.m. We request that the board consider adding a proviso that recognizes this compromise that was made as part of the community process. The applicants engaged in a dialogue with the Fenway Civic Association, and they have no opposition to this proposal in light of the compromise. With that background, ONS defers judgment to the board. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Tony Baez.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Tony Baez, speaking on behalf of Councilor Sharon Durkin, and she'd just like to go on record in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
Can the applicant respond to the comment about the time limit?
Yes, we did in the presentation, we did agree to that. Again, as I stated earlier, so a Thursday through Saturday would be from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. and then Sunday would be from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. And again, anytime that the music, live music is going to occur, windows will be shut by 10 p.m.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? With that, may I have a motion?
I put forward a motion of approval with the proviso that Thursday through Sunday, the live entertainment will be Thursday through Sunday up until 1 a.m. and then Sunday will stop at 10 p.m.
Okay, so may I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge,
Yes.
Mr. Langham,
Yes.
Ms. Turner,
Yes.
Ms. Wewell,
Yes.
Mr. Brunel,
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Next, we have two companion cases. The first being case BOA 1810052 with the address of 2 Hopkins Place. Along with that, we have case BOA 1810051 with the address of 1 Hopkins Place. The applicants and/or their representative present, they please explain the cases to the board.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. My name is Stephen David. I'm an attorney with the address of 436 Washington Street in Westwood. With me today is Mark Sullivan from Chu & Associates. I represent both parties, both at 1 and 2 Hopkins. These properties are both vacant land, and we propose a 6-unit dwelling on 1 Hopkins and a 3-unit dwelling where my clients are going to reside on 2 Hopkins. I think it's best now I turn it over to Mark Sullivan, who's going to go through our project, and at the end, obviously, I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you. Mark?
Thank you, Stephen. Mark Sullivan with Chu & Company Architects. So to start, we'll go through the proposed 3-family. This, we are seeking a total of 3 violations. One is for the lot coverage, one is for the yard requirement, and one is for also the building use. So the design of this is in such a manner that it is, take a look at the plot plan here, but that it is 3 stories with 1 unit on each floor. We do have a small basement space that is dedicated to the first floor unit as well, with a small utility area at the front, as you can see on this plan. This is the basement plan. If you go to the next floor plan, so Hopkins Place comes down off of Fonts Road, kind of at the bottom of the street, and turns into a current dead-end corridor. And again, this current proposal is showing 3 stories with the each unit being a 4-bedroom unit and the other 2 being 3-bedroom units. We are also providing 4 parking spaces for the units, ample enough for what's required at this location. Next slide, please. If you could just scroll down to the typical unit plan, just to give an idea of the units. Again, this is showing 3-unit with an office area. This is a typical upper floor, so the 2nd and 3rd floor units, right around, or just south of 1,500 square feet. Next slide, please. And then we really tried to emphasize the materiality that's found in the neighborhood around us. Very traditional kind of residential materiality, fiber cement lap siding, changing exposure from the ground floor to the upper floor, having a bay on the kind of front side as you come down Hopkins Place and turn the corner, which you can see at the bottom of the screen there. Again, fiber cement lap siding with some fiber cement paneling detail, 4-inch window trim and corner board that's found very typically in the neighborhood surrounding us. And then I'm not sure if you want us to go through the 6-unit as well at the same time as their units, but.
That's fine, we can go through both.
So jumping to 1 Hopkins Place, so this sits directly to the left of that proposed 3-family we just looked at. So the only violation that we're requesting is for the use, being a multifamily within the single-family zone. This is set up so that there's 3 units on each side. Again, 3 stories mirroring the building we just saw on 2 Hopkins Place. And then if you scroll down, we can kind of give an idea of the site on the site plan. Yeah, one more, sorry. So the 3 unit that we just saw, the proposed building is on the right side here. So if you come off Fonts Road and down Hopkins Place, again, the 6 unit we set purposely back as we have a decent amount of site to work with on what appears to be the rear side here, but by definition, actually the side yard. Again, ample parking for this, including additional parking for guest parking spaces. Our attempt was, at least in the site plan design, was to incorporate new street tree plantings and landscaping around the site to further enhance that buffering area, but also the outdoor space for the units. And then very similarly to the 3 unit as well, we kind of use very similar styles in the elevation to include the fiber cement lap siding, some bays on the front with fiber cement paneling, kind of more traditional fiber cement cornice found in flat roof typologies. But again, very similar in design to the 3 unit to almost coincide with both projects together. And that concludes our presentation, but I'd be happy to answer any questions from the board.
Thank you. So can I ask, so is there an IDP unit in this since there are 9 units?
No, these are, Madam Chairwoman, these are owned by 2 separate owners. Dr. Richard Harris owns the 6-family parcel, and Justin Harris and Tiana Curran own the 3-family parcel. So these have been permitted separately. For purposes of the presentation, we thought it would be easier for the board to just locate both units and we could explain them. So they are separate buildings owned by separate people.
Okay, well, we should probably not be voting on them together then.
I agree.
It appeared that they were together. That's what
the presentation package did have them both together, Madam Chairwoman, again, because we felt it would be easier for the board to sort of look at that.
Okay, so they're different owners that are using the same development team.
That is correct, Madam Chairman. That's the best way to explain it.
Okay. Other questions from the board?
Madam Chair, if Mr. Hampton is available, to explain the request from the planning department about the parking layout.
Mr. Hampton available?
I am. I'll have to pull up the plans. Mr. Stenbridge, could you give me a minute, please?
I certainly can do that.
And Mr. Stenbridge, are you talking about the parking layout for this 6 unit, both?
Well, you look at them as companion cases, unfortunately, and.
Well, it sounds like we shouldn't be, so they should not have been submitted together. That's where our confusion.
And there are comments about the parking lot, both of them.
Madam Chair, if I could also throw out a question. I'm not sure if anyone will know the answer. I know it's some inclusionary policies. If 2 sites are on contiguous lots are being developed together, that will sometimes trigger that. I'm not as familiar with that here in Boston, but I'm wondering if anyone has a quick answer for that.
I already asked that question, so he answered it. They are 2 separately owned parcels that, for convenience, he submitted together.
Right. But I was maybe wondering if Caroline knew or something. I know
Is your question whether 2 owners should be required?
No, like location wise, and they're submitting everything together. There's, I think, some.
Well, if I may, these weren't submitted together. These are 2 separate ERT permits, and they are 2 separate BOA applications. So again, the presentation memorandum and plans were submitted for purposes of convenience, but they are definitely separate owners and separate properties.
Right. I'm just aware of other inclusionary policies that look at contiguous parcels, meaning they share a
Yeah,
boundary.
the contiguous parcels can merge. I understand what you're trying to say. I don't believe that's applicable in this scenario.
Katie, I can look into that and get back to you.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, I know, are you still looking at the plans, Mr. Hampton? Are there other questions?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, Mr. Stenbridge, what exactly is your question?
At first it didn't, since they are separate, I didn't, was trying to see which comments apply to which, but I guess I can actually see that now.
Okay, so you're withdrawing your question?
Yeah,
All right.
Madam Chair, I will withdraw my question.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the board? May I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I'm the Management and Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on April 8th with no abutters present, no concerns or issues were raised. Preceding the abutters meeting, the proponent met with River Street Civic Association where the vote remained divided. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment. I would like to note for the record that our office too was under the impression that these were companion cases due to the verbiage of the refusal.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, can the applicant, so who are the owners of
So
the
the owner
properties
of
again?
the owner of the 6-family lot is Dr. Richard Harris, and the owners of the 3-family lot are Tiana Curran and Justin Harris. Tiana Curran and Justin Harris live in a 2-family next door to this property. Their intent is to occupy one of the units in the 3-family as their home.
And the other one, I heard a Harris also.
That is correct. That's Justin's father, Richard.
Okay, so what we have in front of us seems to list both Justin Harris and Tiana Corin for both, so.
That's just that must be an administrative mistake, Madam Chairwoman. That's not.
Okay, well, we definitely want to clarify that because that affects the IDP question. Mr. Hampton?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jeff Hampton, City of Boston Planning Department. I would like to get an answer from Caroline first before the board actually votes on this for that question, because Article 79 does say, a series of proposed projects. So this is kind of confusing, especially when it says, please review with 1 Hopkins or please review with 2 Hopkins. And if they are related, this does sound like it could trigger inclusionary zoning. So I prefer to wait for an answer from ISD on whether or not it does indeed trigger Article 79, or even if there's some sort of consultation with the Mayor's Office of Housing on this.
Thank you. I would agree with that. Is there a motion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, can I also point out the agenda, and I'm sure this is what you picked up on, but the agenda lists the same owner for both.
That's what yes. Said.
Okay, so motion to defer.
Is there a second?
Second.
And
Mr. Stenbridge.
just for a date for this motion, could we do it for August 11th?
Is the applicant available?
We're available. We're available.
Okay, so where was I? Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Burnell?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. See you then.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Next, we have case Vito. Sorry, Madam Chair. We have passed the 11:30 hour. There are a number of notations for deferral. I'll ask if there are any requests for withdrawals of deferrals from the 11:30 time frame.
Yes, Mr. Stenbridge. Good morning. It's Richard Lenz, 87 Morris Street, East Boston.
So that would do for I believe two companion cases. First being case VOA 1482368 with the address of 87 Morris Street. Along with that, we have case VOA 1482374, also with the address of 87 Morris Street. Would you go ahead and explain, Attorney Lynn?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, Richard Lenz with the business address of 245 Sumner Street, East Boston. On behalf of the petitioner, Madam Chair, we just recently got back updated refusal information, including building code items that I'd like a little bit more time to go through because I believe there's some compliance that can be achieved on the building code. So we'd like to avoid having to do the building code relief request if at all possible. And so I'm hoping perhaps July 28th would work. I know I have a number of matters on that day.
Okay. Caroline?
We do July 20th.
Thank you.
Okay. May I have a motion?
Motion to defer these cases till July 28th.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Brunel?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carried. See you then.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Yes.
34 Spring Garden Street, please.
So this request is for case VOA 179. Excuse me. Case VOA 1794725 with the address of 34 Spring Garden Street. Would you go ahead and explain?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Matt Eckel, and I'm an attorney with Fletcher Tilton on behalf of the applicant here this morning seeking a deferral for the proposed project at 34 Spring Garden Street. This deferral is being requested based on revised plans being submitted through ISD, which have been reviewed, but this case will need to be re-advertised. It's our understanding that the case will be re-advertised for July 28th. So at this time, I'd respectfully request the case is deferred until that time if that works for the board. Happy to take any questions if the board has any.
Thank you. Is that
That's a no.
correct? Okay.
Yes. So I will make a motion to defer this case until July 28th.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Brunel?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. See you then.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Stenbridge, 163 Hillside, please.
Attorney Spitz, we have that as case VOA 1814618 with an address of 163 to 165 Hillside Street. Could you go ahead, please?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Stenbridge. Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Ryan Spitz with Adams and Moranci, business address of 168 H Street, first floor, South Boston. As you can probably see that this is the second time we're requesting a deferral. The first time was based upon the revised set of plans were not reviewed yet. However, they've been reviewed, but unfortunately the updated refusal was missing an FAR violation, so this will have to be re-advertised. So we'd like to request a short deferral, please.
Okay, Caroline?
July 28th.
Perfect.
Okay, with that, may I have a motion?
Motion to defer to July 28th.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Brunel?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. See you then.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are two additional notes, one for deferral and one for withdrawal.
Okay,
For case BOA 1575425 with an address of 62 L Street. There is a note, and I don't know if anyone is present to explain that.
Sorry,
I can, okay, that.
yes, this is David Luciano. This is David Luciano. I'm the owner of 62 L Street.
Yes.
I was contacted this morning by the zoning board, ZBA office. They indicated that the advertisement on the ZBA website was incorrect and did not reflect the updated refusal letter. But I did want to point out that it was properly flyed. We did go through the abutters process. Councilman Flynn's office and our local civic group, the City Point Neighborhood Association, has been informed in ample time prior to this meeting of the changes. And it's just simply what was posted on the ZBA website that was outdated.
okay. Caroline?
So we'd like it to be deferred till July 28th.
Are you available then, sir?
Sorry, I understand the request. This is the fourth time we'll have to defer this, and we've just been going through this process for 3 years now for this one permit. I just respectfully asking if the fact that all of our abutters and
Understand what you're asking, so I'm going to defer to our legal counsel. Caroline?
July 28th is the earliest date in terms of notice requirements for us to get it out, unfortunately.
Can you confirm that you will be available? I understand your frustration, but that's what legal says.
Yeah, we'll be available.
Okay, may I have a motion?
Motion to defer to July 28th.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Brunel?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
And I don't see any hands raised, but the note I have is for one more case to be withdrawn.
Okay? Which one?
That is case VOA 1811706 with the address of 360 Princeton Street. The last one for the 11:30.
Caroline, does the person need to be here or?
Not if they're withdrawing.
Okay, in that case, may I have a motion?
Motion to withdraw this case?
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Or is that person for this case 360? Okay, so
Yes, I think somebody just.
there seems to be some confusion about 360 Princeton. So this person says they're not withdrawing, so Caroline, I don't know what happened.
I guess if the person's saying they're not withdrawing, we can go back to the other hearings, and then when it's time.
Alrighty.
But we received nobody withdrawing.
All right, stick around then. Okay, please proceed then.
So with that, we'll return to the cases scheduled for 11 o'clock. And we'll go to case VOA 184-9154 with the address of 1526 to 1530 Dorchester Avenue. If the applicant and or their representative are present, they please explain to the board. Someone available for 1526 to 1530 Dorchester Avenue?
I think the person is just joined as a panelist. Samantha?
Hello, you guys hear and see me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hi, good morning, Madam Chair, community and board members. My name is Samantha Rivas. I'm the founder of Modern Party Art. We're seeking approval to operate a creative art studio at 1526 to 1530 Dorchester Avenue. We're seeking to add 3 accessory uses to the existing occupancy: accessory food service, art gallery, and live entertainment. We'll be open daily for walk-ins, for after-school programming for kids, school vacation workshops, birthday parties, and celebrations. We have an existing community organization partnerships and a track record of operation through our previous locations, including our old Bowden Street location and our current Canton location, as well as traveling events in the community. This use fills an underutilized commercial space on that very busy corner in Fields Corner on Dorchester Avenue Park Street. Will generate local employment for the youth and serve the surrounding neighborhoods directly. We're ready to operate responsibly, and we're excited. We're asking for your approval today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. At this time, the Mayor's Office would like to defer to the judgment of this board. Some background information from the community process. We had subcommittee flyers circulated to abutters within 300 feet. We also connected the applicant with the Fields Corner Civic Association. We're unaware of any concerns presently. With that, we'll defer to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Liam Rimas.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. Liam Remus from Councilor Fitzgerald's office. The council would like to go on record in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
With that, may I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Brunel?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Next, we have case VOA 181-9749 with the address of 439 Walnut Avenue. If the applicant and or their representative present, will they please explain to the board?
Do we have the applicant for 439 Walnut Avenue, Sean Wesley?
Yeah, we have James Solo. I'm not sure if this person is trying to present for this case.
Good afternoon. James Soul. I'm representing the applicant for 439 Walnut Ave.
Great. Please proceed.
All right. Our project is a proposed change of use from an existing 2-family house to a 4-family residential. Working with the existing footprint and site conditions, we're requesting relief for a couple items: insufficient lot area, floor area ratio, building height, and usable open space, as well as side yard and rear yard setbacks. We are not expanding the footprint of the building. We're proposing a 2-story addition on the rear above an existing volume of the building to provide 4 separate dwelling units on site.
Okay. questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I'm the Roxbury Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on March 4th, during which abutters raised questions regarding ownership versus rental occupancy, the requested variances, existing violations, and long-term property management. The majority of inquiries were addressed during the meeting, and no opposition to the proposal was expressed. One abutter, also a member of Civic Association to the proposal, expressed no opposition to the proposal. My apologies. The majority of inquiries were addressed during the meeting and no opposition to the proposal was expressed. One abutter, who was also a member of the Civic Association, noted that the building is currently in need of substantial improvements and expressed support for the proposal rehabilitation in addition to 2 residential units. Next, the proponent presented to Eggleston Square Neighborhood Association, which voted in opposition. While Eggleston Square Neighborhood Association stated that they have no objection to the proposed increase in building massing and acknowledged that the installation of a sprinkler system would improve occupant safety, the organization expressed concerns that several important health and life safety issues have not been adequately addressed and should be resolved before the project proceeds. To date, our office has received 1 letter of opposition from Eggleston Square Neighborhood Association maintaining the opposed name. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Thank you. Any other raised hands?
Sorry, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if Elizabeth wants to speak about this case. No, okay, so we don't have additional comments.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? May I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll put forward a motion of approval with a proviso that plans are submitted to the Planning Department for design review with particular attention to the design of the dormers.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Brunel?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you for your time.
Madam Chair, we next have, I do believe, 2 companion cases. The first is the case BOA 1842341 with the address of 612 to 612A Shawmut Ave. Along with that, you have case BOA 1842339 with the address of 610 to 610A Shawmut Avenue. If the applicant and/or their representative present, they please explain the case to the board and let us know if these are companion cases.
Thank you, Ms. Stenbridge. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with the business address of 11 Beacon Street. These are both 2 companion cases at 610A and -612-612A as well. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Mark Okren, and with me I also have Chris Drew from 686 Architects. What you're looking at for the 2 companion cases, the building on the left, which has been vacant for a number of years, my client purchased, and then next to it is an empty parcel. So the existing structure that's attached to the other brick building is 610-610A. The empty parcel with the fenced-in area is 612-612A, and we have 2 very similar projects being constructed. One, as I had mentioned, is a vacant building, and that is the 610, so I'm going to begin with that, although the designs are almost identical. The idea is to change the occupancy, which is an existing, if you could go back, if you could stay on this slide, that's fine, or this slide is fine, thank you. If we change the occupancy from an existing zoned as a 3-unit building with a commercial storefront. There was a Roxbury Men's Club that's no longer in existence that was at the ground level. And the idea is to add a rear addition onto the back of the property, keeping the height, which is very similar up and down the streetscape, the same, which is 4 stories, which is allowed in this district. Adding the rear addition and going from 3 units to now 7 residential units, but keeping a retail storefront at the ground level. The next, you can go to the next slide, Mr. Ambassador. The similar project next door, which you can see on this site in the aerial view, is the empty parcel, also falls within an MFR district, and that would be to create next door to this project another 7-unit residential building with a commercial storefront on the ground level. This area has mixed use. It's an MFR. There's apartment-style complex or condo buildings up and down this streetscape, large-style buildings, and as we go through the slides, I'll show a height context chart as well. 4 stories, as I mentioned, is allowed. We would be at 4 stories for both buildings, but at 42 feet, which is allowed the 45-foot height requirement for the area. As part of this project, because even though it's 2 separate buildings, it's being treated as one total aggregate project, this would create 2 affordable units on site, 1 unit at 610 and 1 unit at 612. All of the units are 2-bed, 1-bath in both buildings, and they all range from high 700s to high mid 600, 650 to almost 800 square feet, and both of the affordable units would be 2-bed, 1-bath units as part of this proposal. This particular area, although we're not creating any parking, it falls within the Squares and Streets district and is mentioned in the BPDA's recommendation for approval as well. It is a very short 10 to 15 minute walk to Ruggles Station. It's surrounded by multiple bus routes, which makes it great for those folks that would be commuting as well. If we could go to the next slide, please. And this just gives you some context. You can see sort of that 4-story streetscape. There are some smaller buildings and some higher across the way, but you can see that we're matching sort of the building landscape up and down that street. If you can go to the next slide, please. And this is just a height context chart, so you can see all in that clustered area, all of the 4-story buildings, but then as you sort of go a little bit broader and 300 to 500 feet, you can see there's many more and even higher apartment-style complex buildings. Directly behind us, we are maintaining about a 17.5 foot rear setback in the back of the buildings. There are no houses in the rear of us. There's a park and a skating rink area, so it is open in the back, but you can just see some of the height context and other buildings in the area. Next slide, please. And these are just, again, some neighboring, all within 50 to 200 feet. You've got projects on Shawmut Ave and 431 Melnia Cass that are ranging from 4 to 5-story buildings as well. Go to the next slide, please. And again, just more of the same, just so the board can have an idea. And as you can see, there's storefronts on many of these buildings, and that was important for us. We wanted to keep that retail space for this particular district because it is in a main thoroughfare area, and there was an existing commercial use on the ground level as well. Just to quickly go over, GCOD was cited. We did submit everything to groundwater and water and sewer. Additional lot area, side yard, rear yard, as I had mentioned, but we are close. 20 feet is what's allowed under the code. We're at 17.5 roughly. We did get cited for off-street parking, as I mentioned, but we're very close to Ruggles and major bus routes. We do have FAR as well, so we would be proposing 3.25. And just to note, the 2 storefronts that we're proposing are roughly 361 square foot commercial spaces at that level. With that, I can pause and answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I'm the Roxbury Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on April 22nd, with no abutters present, no issues or concerns were raised, and no further community process was required. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Next, we have Kristen Simonelli.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust. I have both G-card letters from the applicant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm not sure if this is the case that Elizabeth wants to provide public input. Elizabeth Sherman?
No.
Well, if not, there's no additional comments, Madam Chair.
Okay, any questions from the board? May I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
There a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham? Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Burnell?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And here, we're past 12 o'clock, and we do have some hearings scheduled.
Are we jumping to the interpretation?
We're going to jump to the 12 o'clock hearings first.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So with that, we'll go to the hearing schedule for 12 o'clock noon. First, we have case BOA 185-00808 with the address is 3 to 4 Folsom Avenue. If the applicant and or their representative are present, they please explain to the board.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stenbridge, and good afternoon again, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Richard Lins. I'm an attorney with a business address of 245 Sumner Street, East Boston. I'm here on behalf of the appellant, who is Ridge Data LLC, the owner of the property at 3-4 Folsom. If I may, I believe I provided a slide deck. If we could open that up to page 2, that would be very helpful. That was a letter. I believe there was a deck that I provided as well. Yeah, this is it. Perfect. If we just go to page 2 on that, we'll start at page 2. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so Madam Chair, we're before the board today under Section 8 of Chapter 665 of the Act 56, your Enabling Act. And this is with respect to a decision that was rendered by the Boston Landmarks Commission on May 12th of 2026. And the decision was to invoke a 90-day demolition delay on the property at 3-4 Folsom. This is not unlike the next 2 appeals, so I will spend the time on this particular one to outline some specifics, but I don't need to get into that detail in the next 2 appeals, just simply to make the record. I do understand that these 3 appeals may not be as common as the type of appeals the board is typically hearing. So I do want to take a moment to quickly just outline for the board how and why we're here today. This board may be generally aware that under its Enabling Act, any person that's aggrieved by reason or an order of a decision of either the building commissioner or other administrative official in violation of any provision of the zoning regulations can appeal that decision to the Board of Appeal within 45 days of such order or decision. As I mentioned, this case was heard by the Boston Landmarks Commission on May 12th. At that time, they rendered a vote to invoke 90-day demolition delay.
and in doing so, created essentially the appellate issue that we're before the board today. Under the Enabling Act, under Section 8, this board does have the power and has done so in the past to reverse or affirm, in whole or in part, modify any order or decision and make such order or decision as ought to be made. And to that end, has the powers of the board or officers from who the appeal is taken may direct any issuance of permits. So in this particular case, the Landmarks Commission making its determination is the officer or administrator that is making the determination. My client is aggrieved by that decision and therefore we're before the board. With respect to Article 85, Madam Chair, members of the board, as this board may also be aware, Article 85 is a demolition delay provision that is administered by the Landmarks Commission. When an application for demolition for review is filed, the Commission has 10 days to determine whether that building is significant under the criteria set forth in Article 85-5. And that's critical because the 10-day window is specifically defined in Article 85, and the action that must be taken by the Landmarks Commission has to occur within that 10 days. Most significantly, as part of that 10-day, is that the written determination as to whether or not it's significant must be provided by the Landmarks Commission to the Inspectional Services Department, the Boston Planning Department, and the Boston Civic Design Commission. We've done a public records request. We requested those communications to determine whether or not that 10-day notification was met. We've also specifically and repeatedly asked for that from the Boston Landmarks Commission staff to provide evidence that they made that notification as required under the 10-day provision in Article 85. We were met with silence from the Commission. We were never provided a response. Hence, our public records request revealed the reason very likely as to why we didn't get a response. There is no evidence in the record, the public records, at least the response that we were provided, that notification of the significance determination was made, certainly with respect to 3-4 Folsom, but with respect to the other ones that you'll hear shortly. That in and of itself is a jurisdictional prerequisite to continue with the demolition delay process. The failure to even issue the 10-day notice would be significant enough to not allow the Commission to then hold a hearing and make a further determination. And certainly, the Inspectional Services Commission would not be barred from issuing a demolition permit in the event that they were instructed that delay would be imposed. But even with that said, once a determination is made that defines significance, then a public hearing is supposed to be held and a determination made, final determination made on demolition delay within 40 days of the filing of the petition under Article 85. So that means when that clock starts, they have 40 days not to just hold a hearing, but to issue the determination. And we're on slide 2 right now. And as you can see here, the notice of final determination was issued on May 21st of 2026. That's 9 days after they held the hearing, which we contend was already out of time. But the 9-day delay from the time that the hearing was held to the time the determination was issued is further evidence, and probably enough evidence, that the timing of the determination was late and certainly not a basis to bar the Inspectional Services Department from issuing any demolition permits. I want to point out for the board that when it comes to Article 85, the Commission can't outright prohibit demolition. That's not what Article 85 says. They can only delay it briefly, and if the applicant chooses, then they can explore alternatives and they could end the demolition delay sooner. But it's important to also distinguish, I think, for board members, because this does often get conflated, and I want to make sure it's clear, that Article 85 and the landmarks designation process are two independent, separate processes. Even though the Landmarks Commission does administer Article 85, it has nothing to do with designating a property as a landmark. It simply has to do with the process in which demolition can occur in the city for buildings that are older than 50 years. And what I think is most important and relevant for today's hearing is that Article 85 does contain a self-executing safeguard. In other words, so where the Commission misses either the 10-day or the 40-day deadline, Article 85 provides that any prohibition that the Commissioner of Inspectional Services would have it no longer applies. And simply stated, if you miss the deadline, you can't tell the commissioner not to issue a demo permit. And that's exactly what's happening here, and that's exactly what the commission did, and they intended to inform ISD that they would no longer, or they certainly would have the ability to issue a demo permit until the delay period was over. So these appeals turn on the commission's failure to honor the statutory limits that are set forth in Article 85. These deadlines, and as I mentioned before the commission, these aren't procedural niceties. These are substantive limits on the commission's authority, which are designed to balance the public's interest in historic preservation against property rights and due process interests of applicants. So while I certainly can appreciate that the commission would like to advocate in advance for demolition delay in instances where neighbors seek to preserve buildings, you can't forget that the property owner also has a right to due process, and there's certain property rights that are included. So if we could jump down to slide 8, I think this is probably the easiest illustration for the board to follow. Maybe zoom in a little bit just to give the timeline here of what's happening. So our appeal presents the board with a very clean, dispositive question of statutory interpretation. And I do note that I believe we do have people here from the Landmarks Commission. I'm not sure if they're going to speak. But I'd like to say that whatever theory they advance about when the 40-day clock for Article 85 began to run, it's the written determination that's required by Article 85 that's dated May 21st, 2026, which is unquestionably outside every conceivable measurement of that 40-day window. And this timeline that I provided with the board, which I've done for each case, illustrates exactly how this is done. So when you have a filing, and in this case for Folsom, it was filed on February 25th, 2026, technically that's when the 40 days starts. So you would have until April 6th to issue determination in this case after 40 days. You had only until March 7th to issue your preliminary determination, and then there's that additional window that occurs. They didn't issue the determination, at least in writing to the applicant, until April 6th. So by doing that, what ends up happening is they've already ran out of time to actually schedule or hold their public hearing and issue their determination, since they weren't issuing their determination until after they were allowed to do so. Even so, even if that were cured, it wouldn't matter, because the public hearing that was required wasn't held until much later on May 12th. And by doing that, you really see how far along they've gone from the time in which the application was supposed to be a determination was supposed to be made and a hearing was supposed to be held, to the time when they actually made the determination. And in that case, I feel as if it's important to understand that the property owner has an expectation to have some conclusion of this process, and that's why Article 85 is pretty strict about the guidelines. And I think that in looking at sort of how this overall process works, we can certainly even give the benefit of the doubt to the commission. And if we go to our next slide, we go with what I call the completeness date, which I want to point out for the board. Article 85 does not give the Landmarks Commission permission to decide when an application, quote unquote, is complete. There are very basic items that need to be provided. It's probably a separate discussion, but the Landmarks Commission asks for many other items that have nothing to do with what Article 85 requires. Article 85 requires two things: the address and the assessor's parcel number. And when those two things are submitted with a request for a demolition analysis for significance, that application is complete at that time. I do note, and just for the board's edification, that the Landmarks Commission makes a very involved process out of the Article 85 submittal, including things like the plans for any new project being proposed, or the status of any permit application that's pending, or information about ownership structure in LLC. All of those things don't exist in Article 85, and I think for the most part, most practitioners voluntarily cooperate with the Landmarks Commission to do this. However, I do want to point out, none of that's required. So this issue of completeness is somewhat of a red herring when we're talking about when the commission says they have received a complete application. But even that, even based upon when they say it's complete, in the case of 3-4 Folsom, assuming that the application was complete when they said it was on April 1st, once again, you can see they're out of time. They held the hearing a day later than they should have held it, and they didn't issue the determination in writing, which Article 85 requires, until 9 days after the hearing. In both cases, they're beyond the statutory limit of the 40-day requirement and cannot impose demo delay. And I believe that the board's probably saying to themselves, well, why does this matter? If it's just 90 days, it's just 90 days. What's the big deal? The big deal is a few different reasons, not to mention the fact that in the event that a property owner is ready to demo the property, this becomes an unnecessary delay that is being imposed by the commission that is not exercising appropriate statutory authority. But more importantly, and I think this is probably the most significant reason that the board should consider holding the commission to its statutory time limits, is that, and board members may not be aware of this, but there is a requirement that when demo delay is imposed, that a property owner is ordered and required to secure the property. So things like what we call demolition by neglect become a factor during the demo delay period, and it is an avenue by which the Landmarks Commission can impose sanctions on a property owner. So therefore, having this 90-day hanging over somebody's head, even though certainly the time may run out and they could have enough time to go get a demo permit, the fact is that they are being subjected to a requirement or regulation that puts a burden on them to ensure that they are not subjecting themselves to sanctions and penalties by the Landmarks Commission during that period. The commission can only do that if they follow the procedure set forth in Article 85. It's our position that didn't do that, and in this case, they're out of time. So I'll wrap up briefly on this particular one. We can make the record on others, and I'm happy to answer any questions. But a couple of just quick points I do want to make. First, under Article 85, it's clear. Article 85, Part 5.4a says the Landmarks Commission shall issue its determination pursuant to such hearing within 40 days after the application filing date. It doesn't say within 40 days after the hearing. It doesn't say 40 days after some other measurement. It's after the filing date. So whatever date we want to say is the filing date, if it's not done within 40 days, then it's a very specific result that's set forth in Article 85. Article 85 says that the determination that is ultimately made has to specify the reasons and specify the date on which the delay period would expire. And it also, and probably most importantly, must be transmitted in writing to the applicant with copies to ISD, the Boston Planning Department, and the Boston Civic Design Commission. If that's not done, then they don't have the power to impose delay or to hang over the owner's head the obligation to secure. So I think it's important to look at the second point as well, that this really isn't a legal argument, but it's a simple math equation. And under three theories, depending on however you want to measure it, you get the same result. And first of all, if you base it on the application filing date, which we think is the most accurate standard, they're way out of time based upon the timeline we provided. Even under the completeness practice, if they want to say, well, it wasn't complete by a certain date, they're still out of time. The 40 days is well beyond any completion date, and I've provided the information as to what the commission's position is on that. And lastly, probably the most conceivable theory is that it starts on the preliminary determination. Even if we said April 6th, which is the date that they issued their written preliminary determination, was the date it started, it's still out of time. They still did not act within the 40 days. And therefore, under any conceivable theory, they do not get to impose delay or place those burdens onto the owner. Second point, that Article 85 expressly provides that the bar on ISD commissioners' issuance of a demo permit doesn't apply when they have not received such notice within the time period set forth in 85-5.4. In other words, if you don't send the notice to ISD within 10 days originally, or the 40 days, which is obvious that they didn't, then there's no bar to issuing a demo permit and certainly no ability to impose those regulations. And that's a self-executing provision within Article 85. There's no requirement that we have to have a hearing on that, and the board doesn't even have to make that determination. But we think it's important that the board reverse this decision simply because it doesn't meet the requirements in Article 85, and second, the owner should not be burdened with any requirements, especially where the Landmarks Commission has not had the ability to do so within the required time frame. So I'll finish up with this, Madam Chair. We do have specific relief that we are requesting. First and foremost is to reverse and vacate the Commission's May 12th decision in its entirety. the 90-day delay, the direction ISD, and any direction to the ownership, they have to secure the property. Second, we're asking you to declare the time periods in sections 85-5.2 and 85-5.4 as having lapsed, and that therefore the bar in issuing any demo permit is no longer in effect. And lastly, that you direct the Commissioner of Inspectional Service to issue any demo permits upon satisfaction of all the applicable codes requirements. I'll close with this. This appeal and these 3 appeals don't require the board to break any new ground or resolve any close questions of interpretation of the law. The commission has missed a hard statutory deadline. Article 85 provides a clear consequence. The bar on issuance of a demolition permit is lapsed by operation of the provisions, and the appellant respectfully requests that the board apply the ordinance as written, reverse the commission's decision, including any obligation to own or secure the property, and direct issuance of any permits that are requested without delay. I'm happy to address any comments or questions from the board. I know there's a lot of information, and I thank the board for their time to allow me to get into that and explain it.
Okay, are there questions from the board? Is there public comment? Jesus, looks like they're...
I'm not sure if Honest is going first or Neighborhood Services.
I don't know, but let's keep it moving because we've got 2 more.
Allison, you can unmute yourself now.
You mean Elizabeth?
There is one person on the tele section, Allison Pultinas.
Oh, yes, hi. Allison Pultinas, 81 Lawn Street, Roxbury. The obligation to secure the property.
Madam Chair, I believe this is interpretation hearing. This is an appeal. I don't believe public comment. I believe only the Landmarks Commission will be speaking.
This is a hearing, not an interpretation.
Okay.
But please keep your comments brief.
Thank you. Allison Pultinas, Mission Hill, 81 Lawn Street. The obligation to secure the property should not be a burden. It's something that any property owner should be taking care of their property. And I think trying to avoid that seems very curious right now. Thank you. Thank you for the 90 seconds.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
I believe that Elizabeth person has been waiting.
Hello, Elizabeth Sherba. I am the Deputy Director of the Office of Historic Preservation. The Boston Landmarks makes a determination of significance once a complete application is submitted. Once a building has been determined significant, Article 85 applicants are provided a hearing date in which the Boston Landmarks Commission will be presented with information regarding the building proposed for demolition. At this BLC hearing, the commissioners hear testimony from the applicant and from the public. They then can take a vote to invoke the 90-day demolition delay. The purpose of Article 85 is to establish an appropriate waiting period during which the city and applicant can propose and consider alternatives to the demolition of a building of historical, architectural, cultural, or urban design value to the city, provide an opportunity for the public to comment on the issues regarding the demolition of a particular building, and minimize the number and extent of building demolitions where no immediate reuse of the site is planned. Mr. Linz accepted the date of May 12th for a hearing date and distributed notices to the property abutters. Prior to the May 12th BLC hearing, BLC staff received 18 written comments in support of invoking the demolition delay. At the May 12th hearing, the owner's representative, Mr. Linz, spoke in opposition to invoking the delay. 3 people spoke in support of invoking the demolition delay. More comments were received by BLC staff following the hearing. In total, BLC staff received 26 written comments in support of invoking the demolition delay. The BLC vote to invoke demolition delay occurred on May 12th, and the 90-day demolition delay will expire on August 11th, 2026. Under Article 85, the Commissioner of Inspectional Services can then issue a demolition permit once the demolition delay period has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Linz, any?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So first of all, I appreciate the comments by Director Sherba. If we can jump down to my slide 13, please, I think that is relevant to the comments I'm about to make. And certainly while Ms. Sherva articulated what occurred at the hearing, I do want to make a couple of clarifications. First of all, we didn't accept the May 12th date. We objected to it. We objected to it because it was untimely. We objected to it because the commission did not follow the procedure set forth in Article 85. And sure, we provided notice because we didn't want the commission to state that we were avoiding any appearance or participation, but we did so under a complete reservation of rights to our objections that the commission had no authority to proceed with that hearing on May 12th. I wouldn't classify my comments during the commission's hearing as opposition. My comments were objections to procedure, which were not well received, it seems, because they proceeded to go ahead and invoke demolition delay regardless of the fact that they were out of time in doing so. I agree with Ms. Sherva that the demolition delay process is very well defined and certainly sets forth requirements for having that hearing. And again, remembering that we do have owners of properties that are involved. This that's on the screen now is an extension form that is provided by the commission when a notification of significance has gone out and a hearing is scheduled. I think the board should take into consideration that this particular document is required in the event that an extension of the time to hold a public hearing is being requested by the applicant. The commission is well aware that the timelines are binding and that they certainly have to be adhered to in order to impose the demolition delay that is being imposed on this particular property. Our client never signed the extension and never agreed to an extension. The intent was to proceed in accordance with Article 85, provided that the commission had the jurisdiction to do. With respect to the other comments that were made about securing the building, nobody's saying that my client doesn't want to secure its building. It's the obligation and the penalties that go along with it in the event that a determination is made by the commission, which they've done in the past, that there's been quote unquote demolition by neglect, including the slightest removal of any portion of the building or changing of a window or some information that gets back to the commission that says that they're not necessarily adhering to the securing requirements of the 90-day delay. Our client should not be subjected to regulations and rules and requirements when the commission, who is certainly able to understand the role and responsibilities it has under Article 85, doesn't do so within the time limits that are set forth in black and white in Article 85. It's pretty simple. And again, this isn't a complicated legal question, Madam Chair. This is a math question. You have 40 days to make your determination. Ms. Sherva doesn't dispute that the decision was written and issued on May 21st. That's well beyond 40 days of any calculation of when that application was submitted, including when a complete application was submitted. So I would again respectfully request that the board look at this for what it is. It's a simple question. Did they issue the determination within 40 days of the filing? And I would even go so far as to say you can look at April 6th and count the days. April 6th was the day that nobody would question was the date that the initial determination was made. The commission was clearly in possession of a completed application as early or as late, however you want to look at it, as April 6th. 40 days after April 6th is not May 21st, and therefore they are out of time to impose delay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, are there questions from the board? May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to grant the appeal because the Boston Landmarks Commission issued its final determination more than 40 days after the applicant filed a demolition application. I think that deadlines are extremely important to the process. The development process is very complicated as is, so the dates and times need to be adhered to.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes, just, it's unfortunate the situation happened, but I see this as sort of a constructive grant or approval of an application, so yes.
Mr. Burnell?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Now, Mr. Linz, you have 2 more of these. We need a break. How pithy are you going to be?
If I may, Madam Chair, the record is very simple for the next 2 because I believe I've outlined the framework and I believe Ms. Sherwood.
Very good.
So
Then
we'll
let's
do it.
proceed and be pithy.
Yeah, we'll do it.
Next, we have case BOA 185-0006 with the address of 595 East 7th Street. Yeah. At this point, Madam Chair, where would we like to go?
If we could go to my slide deck, I think the easiest place to go would be slide 9 of the deck with the timeline based upon completeness. One slide back from that. We can go 1 slide back.
8. He needs
Maybe
8.
8. Yeah, maybe it's 8. Yeah, perfect. Great. We just zoom in on that. For the record, Madam Chair, again, members of the board, Richard Linz, 245 Summer Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner, 3 Cutler Court LLC. This is likewise an appeal under the decision of Article 85 pursuant to the Enabling Act. And once again, without getting into all of the details that we simply covered in the last hearing, I will point out very quickly that the application completeness date in this particular case was March 31st, 26, and that was per the Boston Landmarks Commission's own staff acknowledgement as the date that they had a complete application. Therefore, they had 10 days to issue their determination. It appears, if you want to assume 3/31 was it, they did so within the 10-day period. However, they held a hearing beyond the 40-day limit, and they issued the determination well beyond almost 51 days after they deemed it complete. For the same reasons cited in the last case, I take the position that, once again, this determination was made out of time and not in accordance with Article 85. We respectfully request that the board reverse the commission's decision in this matter.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Public testimony?
Madam Chair, I don't see any hands raised at the moment.
May I have a motion?
I will make a motion to grant, sorry, just get my bearings here. I will make a motion to grant the appeal because the Boston Landmarks Commission issued its final determination more than 40 days after the applicant filed a demolition application. And again, for the same reasons as last time, I think that the development process is very complicated, so, dates and times need to be adhered to.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Burnell?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you.
And next, we have case BOA 185-0007 with the address of 744 East 4th Street. Attorney Lenz?
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Stenbridge. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, Richard Linz, business address 245 Summer Street, East Boston. On behalf of the petitioner, 744 East 4th Street LLC. I believe we had a different deck for this one. I think we're still looking at 595 East 7. If we could just go to 744 East 4th for that timeline. Perfect. Yeah, maybe jump down to slide 8 on that one. That's not the deck. There it is. Yep, perfect. Let's go to slide 11. Sorry, thank you. Okay, so once again, not to belabor what we've already covered, in this particular case, based upon the staff email from the Boston Landmarks Commission, the application was deemed complete on March 23rd, 2026. The 10-day window for determination would have been April 2nd. It wasn't issued until April 6th, and therefore, on the preliminary determination alone, it was out of time. However, in looking at when the hearing was held, a public hearing was required to be held on May 2nd, 2026. It was not held until May 12th, 10 days later, and the written determination was not made until 9 days after that, which would be 59 days after the application was deemed complete, and therefore, under any reading, this would be out of time as well, beyond the 40 days as required by Article 85. Asking for the same relief to reverse the decision of the Landmarks Commission and to no longer have any bar on the issuance of a demo permit if requested by the applicant.
Thank you. Questions from the board? May I have public testimony?
Chair, we don't have any comments.
Thank you. Hearing none, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to grant the appeal for the same reasons as before, violations of the previously agreed upon timeline.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham? Mr. Langham?
I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you. Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Burnell?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. 15-minute break.
Sorry.
I'm sorry?
Madam Chair, I'd like to just say that I will not be back after the break. I need to end my time on the
thank you.
board at
So
12:45.
We'll be a 6-member board then. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm going to withdraw the other interpretation that's on. We were able to resolve that with ISD. I don't know if you want to do that now or after the break.
If all you're doing is withdrawing it, then let's just do it right now, finish it off.
Yep.
Mr. Stenbridge?
For the interpretation case scheduled at noon time, that is case BOA 1689794 with the address of 62 to 66 Congress Street. Attorney Lynn?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stenbridge, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lynn is 245 Sumner Street, East Boston. We have a petitioner. We've resolved the remaining violation concerning the interpretation on the height of the building, and therefore no longer require interpretation. That's been resolved favorably for the applicant, so we will withdraw the petition to interpret.
Okay, may I have a motion to withdraw?
Motion.
To withdraw?
Second.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Burnell?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you very
Turner.
much.
And now we will take a 15-minute break. Mr. Stembridge, are you back?
Present, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Langham? Ms. Turner, oh, no, sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Langham's here.
Okay, Mr. Langham's here. Ms. Wewell?
Present.
Mr. Burnell?
Present.
Mr. Collins? Are you on mute, Mr. Collins? Okay, well, while we wait for Mr. Collins, just a reminder, we are a 6-member board now. Let's give Mr. Collins a second. Okay, we've lost Mr. Collins. All right, well, let's wait a second till he returns. Otherwise, I'm gonna have Mr. Stembridge start in a minute, and hopefully he'll jump back on. Otherwise, it's down to a 5-member board.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
All right, we are a 6-member board, so Mr. Stembridge?
Yes, Madam Chair. We'll now go to the rediscussion hearings scheduled for 11:30 a.m. We'll ask again if there are any requests for further withdrawals or deferrals from this time frame. Hearing none, we'll go to the first case for 11:30, case BOA 177-6822 with the address of 29 Plain Street. If the applicant and or their representative are present, they please explain the case to the board.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the board. This is Eric Zackerson, architect for the project. Apologies, my camera seems to not be working right now, but I'd like to proceed to the slide deck and show you the 29 Plain Street project. So if you want to scroll down to the site plan there, Plain Street is on the left side of the drawing, and the lot that you see in front of you is a little over 20,000 square feet in the Dorchester, Hopes Hill neighborhood district. One thing that we'll highlight, talk about a little bit as we go, if you notice on the right side of the drawing, the very rear yard, there are about a 12-foot drop off. You see those contour lines bunched together. It's sometimes referred to as the hole or the lower area in the backyard. There's a number of trees back there. That created something of a kind of opportunity and challenge in the project. But as we move through it, we'll refer to that area in the rear where we see those 12 contour lines. Next slide, please. Next slide to the site plan. Again, Plain Street is on the left side of this drawing. What's being proposed is 5 single-family townhomes in a row, a driveway along the bottom of the page, and then each of the 5 townhomes would have a parking space off of the driveway, and there would be 4 additional spaces in the rear yard with the snow storage area. And in the rear, in that area I was just talking about where there's the drop off, you see an 8,000 square foot green area that would be common to the units. on this site plan, I would highlight that each of these 5 units is facing, the one is facing the street and 4 of them are facing towards the driveway. Each of them has a private 400 square foot green space at the top of the page in that 16-foot setback there. So on the next slide, we show the landscape plan, which shows the trees in green are the ones that are able to be preserved in this strategy. There would be 4 trees removed, but you can see the vast majority of the existing mature trees are able to be retained in that rear yard, which would be a real amenity for ourselves and for our neighbors. Next slide, please. So on this one, you see across the top, you see the first floor plans, the 5 first floors, and these are designed to be single-family homes. Each of the first floors shows a living, kitchen, dining on the first floor, a single parking garage space, very traditional single-family orientation. As I said at the top of the page, each of them has that small patio that you see, and beyond that patio, a 400 square foot green yard. On the lower portion of this drawing, you see the second floor of each unit, and each unit would have 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms on this upper floor, as well as an open to below space that connects the second floor to the first floor, and makes and kind of ties the home together. And then on the next page, you see the top floor, which is a kind of designed to be a half story within a gabled roof. It is technically, mathematically, a little bit more than a half story, but the idea is we're going to have a gabled roof area, and each of these family homes would have a family room with a walkout deck. Each of the walkout decks for the rear 4 units is about 200 square feet, and the one for the front building is about 100 square feet. So a little bit of private space on the upper deck, a little bit of private space in the rear, and then, as I said, the 8,000 square foot common green space at the right side of the project. Next slide. So one of the things that we talked about before and with the neighbors was that this is a lot of single-family, 2-family, and 3-family buildings on this street. Wanted to make sure that the expression on the street fit in, and as you can see in the drawing at the top, this is the expression that would be on Plain Street. And then if we go down 2 slides, I have an older, one more slide, I have an older rendering, which isn't quite up to date, but shows kind of the project in the context and scale of the neighborhood. We've reorganized the gable dormers a little bit to match one of the other projects, but generally speaking, this gives you a feel for how the project that's proposed is kind of designed to enhance and fit in with the fabric of this particular street. I want to switch gears a second to talk about the zoning that is being asked, relief that's being asked for. There are 6 violations cited. One is for use, number of units. What's interesting, or what we have seen and is kind of backed up by the BPD's recommendation, is that a couple of these, including lot frontage insufficient, which we were cited for. The BPD agrees with us that the frontage of 50 feet, which is required, is provided. The site is 89.8 feet wide. For some reason, we were cited as if the project should require more like 250 feet. The BPD agreed that should be disregarded. There also is a front yard insufficient violation that is cited. The BPD also agreed that should be disregarded because the project was pulled forward to be, as you can see in the renderings here, in conformance with the adjacent neighbors. The other 4 violations that are listed are the floor area ratio, where we are proposing 0.78, and the what's allowed is 0.5, but the 0.78, as the BPD noted in their recommendation, is pretty consistent with what is built in this particular neighborhood. As I said, we are cited for building height in stories because mathematically this is a 3-story building, but as you can see, we've used gable roofs and dormers to try and make it feel very much like the 2.5-story typically built in this zone. And the last one that we were noted for is conformity with existing building alignment. As the VPD pointed out, we might actually comply with that if we provide a calculation, which was not provided when the drawings were cited. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to questions and answer some of your concerns.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, I'll take public testimony.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Eva Jones, representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Regarding 29 to 31 Plain Street, a community process was conducted, including 2 abutters meetings held on 10/14/25 and 3/31/26, attended by several Dorchester community members. The feedback from this meeting was significant concerns and opposition regarding density, parking, and emergency vehicle access. For this proposal, 2 different projects were presented to the community, a 6-unit version and a 5-unit version, where after extensive conversations with the community, the 5-unit proposal was preferred. Additionally, our office received 5 letters expressing support and 8 letters in opposition to all versions of the proposal, as well as calls from residents opposed to the proposal. While some residents submitted multiple letters throughout the process, those submissions were reflected continued engagement and consistent concerns regarding the proposal. The concerns raised were largely consistent throughout the process and included the property density as it fits within the existing neighborhood character, traffic, parking, and the cumulative impact of recent development in the area, and emergency vehicle access and overall public safety concerns. The proposal was also reviewed by the Pope's Hill Civic Association and the Cedar Grove Civic Association. Communication throughout the process has been challenging, and the civic associations have both expressed a number of concerns. Conversations remain ongoing. At this time, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services defers to the board's judgment on this matter. Thank you, everyone, for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Next, we have Liam from Councilor Fitzgerald.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board, Liam Remus from Councilor Fitzgerald's office. After working with the community to get to this version of the proposal, the council would like to go in favor of this version with 5 units and 9 parking spots. The parking spots, as seen, it's useful to deal with the community's concerns with parking and due to lack of direct public transportation in the area, as the closest T station is 20 minutes away at Ashmont Station. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
Okay, would the applicant like to address any of the comments that were raised?
No, I thank them, both the community groups and the counselor, for working with us to arrive at this 5-unit proposal and kind of reduce the overall scale of the project and save some more trees. So we feel like this is a good proposal.
Any other questions from the board? May I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Burnell?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
The next 2 cases have been deferred, so that will take us to case BOA 183-3514 with the address of 176 L Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, will they please explain to the board?
Yes, Chris Drew, 686 Architects.
Please proceed.
Yep, I'm on. I don't see the plans though.
Can the ambassador pull up the plans? Who's running the slides? Can you pull up the plans?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I actually need to recuse from this.
Okay, that makes us a 5-member board for this case.
Thank you. So the project's pretty simple. It's an existing three-family that will remain a three-family. What we are going to do is add an addition to the fourth story. So the unit 3, which is a third floor, will be a bi-level unit, third floor and fourth floor. Can we go down to the proposed floor plans, please? Probably around slide 9, perfect. So the existing first and second floor will pretty much remain as is, with the exception of the existing deck itself that's off the rear will become a secondary egress stair for the third floor bi-level unit. The third floor itself will get reworked. The existing is a 3-bedroom, 1-bath unit, and the proposed final layout will be 3 bedrooms plus a home office and 3 baths. The overall scope of the project is to have, on the fourth floor, have a master bedroom suite with a little family room, and there will be a walkout balcony at the front of the building and at the rear of the building. The front of the building, if we get on one more slide, please, to the front elevation. We're doing a parapet along the front elevation that'll be about 4 feet high, so that the proposed balcony will be screened from the road, so you will not see it, as well as people on that fourth floor balcony not being able to really see the street down below. It had a robust community process. We're going to do the parapet to kind of keep the decorative cornice and all that stuff intact. We will have a new secondary egress off the rear, and the balconies themselves is to really increase views of the water, basically to the, if you're looking at the project, to the right, down towards the water. I believe that's it. I'll open it up to any questions or comments.
Can you speak to the sort of how this fits with the neighborhood? Because it seems like it's mainly triple deckers.
It is remaining a triple decker, and the overall project is being done, for the family that's there, so that they're growing the family to be able to stay in the city. That's why we're not changing to a fourth unit itself. As far as the zoning violations go, we were cited for off-street parking, which typically, since we're not adding an additional unit, wouldn't get cited. But FAR, the allowed FAR is 1.5. The existing FAR is about 1.74, and the proposed will be about 2.15. The height of the building, the allowed to be 40. We're about 45 feet, just the way the mansard and all that stuff worked. And then we have a rear yard insufficiency. So the building itself is about 24.3 feet off the rear property line. That will remain, but basically the existing deck, because we're kind of altering to the stairs, the existing deck will stay where it is about 15.5 feet. So that's kind of where that rear yard violation is coming from. Again, where the rear decks are for the first, second, and third floor will remain where they are, but it's just adding in that secondary stairwell. And then, of course, we have the roof structure modification violation. As far as context, we did the mansard to kind of step the building back, so that way from the street it still really appears as a 3-story building, and have the walkout in the front, and then have a small walkout in the rear.
Other questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members, Ziggy Johnson with the Office of Neighborhood Services. Our office hosted an abutters meeting regarding this application on October 29th of 2025, where an abutter expressed support for the application and 3 other community members expressed concerns about the violation for excessive building height and how it could create precedent in the area. Our office received 1 letter of support, which has been forwarded to the board. The applicant met with the City Point Neighborhood Association, which voted to oppose this application. With that background, ONS defers judgment to the board. Thank you.
Madam, we have Ashley from the Office of Councilor Flynn.
Good morning. My name is Ashley from Councilor Flynn's office. Councilor Flynn would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Next, we have Luan.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Luann O'Connor, President, City Point Neighborhood Association. We had 2 abutters meetings on this. The first one was looking at the, I call it a trailer that was dropping on the roof. They did come back and they did a mansard roof. We voted on this with a quorum present of over 20 people, and the vote was pretty much unanimous to oppose the project based on the changing of L Street. I know Board Member Betta Barazzi is able to go on Google View. If any of you are able to do that, you can go on there and see that this is out of character for this particular area. Now, is this idea possible to work with? It is for a 4th-story mansard, I believe, and I specifically asked James Christopher, who is the architect, as well as Matt Hogan, who is the owner of the building, and to come back and remove a front roof deck. It's on the L Street corridor. That would be like putting a roof deck on East Broadway and or other main streets in South Boston. But I would like further discussion for them to remove that roof deck and for them to come back to the neighborhood with just the 4th-story addition and see if there's something that we can do, because that will in fact set precedent, and that means all of L Street will then look like that at some point or another. So I think this has to be a discussion with our elected officials. I think it has to be a discussion with a planner at BPDA, which I don't believe we currently have, but we can't do this particular type of building one by one. And with that, City Point will stand in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other raised hands?
Madam Chair, we don't have additional comments.
Can the applicant speak to the concern around the roof deck versus the mansard?
So my understanding is that, yes, that was kind of the one sticking point, I guess, was that front balcony. Matt, who is actually on call as well, you know, it was very important to him to have the front balcony as well as the rear. Typically when we hear this, you know, they're larger decks. These are like 10 by 6 in the front, and I believe it's about 4 by 10 in the rear, approximately. But they're trying to maximize the views and stuff of the water, as well as having some open space. This isn't like a walk-up roof deck. We understand the concerns. That's why we have the parapet. That's why everything is recessed back. We also did get a favorable recommendation from the BPD as well on this, that they felt that it, you know, was in line with the character of the neighborhood and everything else, and, you know, their vision, if you will, for this area.
How far back is the roof deck set?
With the parapet, the way we usually do the parapet, we set back probably about 3.5 feet or so. We would do like a parapet that come up, do about 3 feet back, and then step down to the roof deck. So that the parapet wouldn't just come up with like a hypothetically 6-inch wall and have the roof deck behind it. It would be set back probably about 3 feet or so from the roof edge.
So, sorry, is there a drawing showing where this roof deck is? Because I'm having a hard time finding it, and it would be good
yes,
to
it should be
see it.
I believe it was slide 8, I believe.
Can Ambassador pull that back up? Because you already have a rear roof deck, correct? And everybody else has rear decks. Is that correct?
Rear decks, yes, existing rear decks. On the 4th floor, there'd be, you can see it right here.
So where's the front? Where's the front deck?
The left side of the page. So you see where the parapet and stuff is. So.
Can you go back to that, or something that shows it more clearly?
But there's no, you don't have a roof plan showing the front deck and the
yes, it
back
should.
deck?
Oh, go back one. No, keep going. Keep going down here. This is all existing, so.
I think the 4th floor plan is on A4.
Yes, yeah, I'm just not. One more slide, please. Yeah, so you can see it right here. So you can see the deck right here, and obviously you can see my cursor. But then the parapet itself, you know, is stretching around the roof deck itself.
Can I ask a question? Are there any other examples of this additional kind of height and bulk in the neighborhood?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure, to be honest. I know in the area, most of it is 3. But again, we're not adding a unit, we're trying to get additional living space for the family so they can stay and have that additional space that they need. Even bedroom count stuff, like the bedroom count isn't going up from what the existing is. It's just getting more room for the family itself.
I'm sorry, did you say the bedroom count is not changing?
Correct. The existing was 3. And so basically what happens is you have two bedrooms on the 3rd floor, and then there's a master suite basically in the back, and the front room, if you will, is more of like a family, family rec room.
Right, but now you'll have a 4th story, whereas looking at Google View, doesn't appear really anybody has more than 3 on that stretch.
Mm-hmm. Which is again why we recessed everything back. Again, so that from L Street, it will be recessed back, and it will appear to be a 4th story addition. Obviously, if you see it from the side, you're going to see it, as you go down the road. But as you look at it from the front of the building, that it's recessed back with the parapet wall, that it gives nice context and complements to the existing building as well as the surrounding. We were very careful not to bring that 4th story out to the out to the face of the building because we wanted to maintain the same front.
And are you amenable to this without the front roof deck? That seems to be a sticking point.
If that was the discretion of the board, then we would certainly go with the board's recommendation. If the board's recommendation was to lose the front balcony, then we would lose the front balcony.
Okay.
So yes, we're definitely amenable to that.
Any other comments or questions from the board?
Yeah, I don't, I think it's an attractive design. I'm just questioning the variances sought for height and the, additional sort of floor area and whether it's appropriate. I think I heard the maximum height is 40 feet, but they're going to 45 feet. And I also looked at Google Maps and it doesn't seem like there's any other sort of examples of this in the neighborhood.
No, doesn't appear to be.
Yes. Hi, my name is Catherine Hogan, and I'm the wife of Matthew, the owner of.
I'm sorry. Are there any other comments? I just want to make sure. Okay, please go ahead.
So I just wanted.
You're the owner of the property, right?
Yes, I just wanted to point out as we're talking about, the neighborhood and this fitting within the neighborhood that there are multiple units or buildings in the area, in the City Point area, that do have this type of design. There's one specifically on N Street. There's one on L Street that does have a parapet. There's one on 5th Street. There's one on Farragut. We do have photos to support, and I just wanted to also point out the fact that we're not looking to have a roof deck, but rather just it's a front balcony.
I'm not sure what the distinction is, to be honest with you, but other comments or questions from the board? Is there a motion? We've talked about the character of the block, and then the L Street. We've talked about the height, the balcony. Is there a motion? Katie, are you leaning towards a motion?
I'm not fully comfortable, but I also realize we have a 5-member board, so I don't know if the best option would be to defer. I think that's what the community would like. And I'm wondering whether there's any room for improvement, and to me, that may be the best possible outcome for the applicant at this point if we're not all yeses. So,
So are you putting a motion to defer?
sure, I'll put forward a motion to defer. For, yeah, additional community input and perhaps a revised design.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Burnell?
Yes.
The chair votes yes, the motion carries. I would encourage the applicant to go back to the community around those sticking points. Do we have a date, Caroline?
Hey, Madam Chair, we have days of August 11th, August 25th, and September 8th.
Caroline had to step out.
That's okay. Any of those dates preferred by the applicant?
Let's go with the 11th, please.
Okay, we'll see you then.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Do we have
That
another
takes
case?
us to case Vio. The last one was Lisa Step for 1130. That would be case VOA 1811706 with the address of 360 Princeton Street. So, it's the applicant and or the representative present.
I'm present. My name's Conan Lee.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam, and thank you, Board, for hearing me. This is in regard to building a rear deck at 360 Princeton Street. Now, 360 Princeton is a triple-decker building, and in that neighborhood, it's surrounded by triple-deckers. I want to build a deck off of my building. The yard is 19 feet deep, and because of this deck is actually a second means of egress for the building as well, it extends 15 feet from the building. And therefore, it extends a bit into the allowed backyard setback space. The setback that is allowed is 6'3". Okay, it's 1/3 of the distance from the building to the property line. And my deck would extend roughly 2 feet 5 inches into that space. And so I'm seeking the board's permission to proceed with constructing this deck.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? May I have public testimony?
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Eva Jones, representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Regarding 360 Princeton Street, our office defers to the board's judgment. A community process was conducted, including an abutters meeting held on 2/17/26 that was not attended by any East Boston community members. The proposal was also reviewed by the Eagle Hill Civic Association at their meeting on 2/25/26, and the association expressed support and has voted 8 yes and 0 no's regarding the proposal. At this time, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services defers to the board's judgment on this matter. Thank you, everyone, for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
With that, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, did we have plans for this? I didn't see them pulled up, and I don't have them in my folder unless they came in late.
Yeah, hi, Katie. It's Conan again. You know, for some reason, I'm kind of new to this process, as you all can tell. I, for a while, thought that the plans could be presented at the meeting, you know, by sharing my laptop, but that is not the case, and therefore, I didn't send in any plans in advance.
Okay, we should have led with that. So you do need to submit plans. Not Caroline, but the person sitting there with Norm. Can you tell him the email address again that he needs to send them to, and we can try to find the earliest date for you to come back?
Hi, yes, the email address that you'll need to send your Board of Appeals material to is ISD Board of Appeals at boston.gov.
Excuse me, Norm, is that Board of Appeal ending in L or Board of Appeals with an S?
Board of Appeals with an S.
Okay.
All right, so can you just repeat that to make sure Mr. Lee heard that? ISD
Board of Appeals at boston.gov.
Excellent.
Yeah, I asked because I've also sent stuff to without the S, and it's gone through. So I'll make sure that maybe I'll just send it to both. That's okay. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a date? Do we have a date you can provide?
You're muted.
Oh, I'm not muted.
Yes, Derek, I'll take July 28th. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Unfortunately, the dates that we have now are August 11th, August 25th, and September 8th.
All right, nothing left in July, because as you heard, Eva, the first
well, you probably heard
meeting was in February, but okay.
We were adding lots of dates already to lots of stuff to July. So August 11th, I think, is the earliest. Are you able to do that?
Yes.
Okay, so with that, may I have a motion to defer?
Motion to defer to August 11th.
May I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Brunel?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. We'll see you then. Thank you, everyone, for your service today. See you next time.
Have a good day, folks.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.